On this episode of the Star Wars Time Show, Matt and Nick will be trying to keep things in their pants as they riff on all of the highlights from last week's Disney investor call, which yielded up to 10 new Star Wars shows and at least 2 new films. Matt will also break down the latest Star Wars comics for you to clue you in on some new canon, and then the two will set their sights on the Mandalorian, the Believer, the one where Bill Burr became a bona fide Star Wars star. You know they will try to figure out how the finale will go down too, so stay tuned to find out if they think we're headed for a celebration or a period of mourning by the time Mando ends its second season run. Before getting into this week's fan segment, they may talk about a few new Mando Monday reveals, and then it's time for the fans, hopefully not to get yelled at, but to star with their Question of the Week replies in the top 5 Star Wars fan artist features of the week. Cue it, Chewie. Hello, everybody! We are back, and I have put the flamethrower away. So everyone, clear yourselves of the fire gel. I'm not going to spray you down this week for the first 10 minutes of the show. I got the message in Discord. No, but in all seriousness, we've put 140 behind us. I thought it was a fun opening. It was different. I was definitely a little more animated than I usually am when we start a new episode of the Star Wars Time Show. And that's because I get excited about talking about the Star Wars, but I also like yelling at our fans. Because where else could you tune into a show for 4 hours and have your own self shit-talked by the hosts of said show? You're not going to get that on any other Star Wars podcast. Probably for good reasons. Probably why they have bigger followings and more diehard fan bases. But you will not get what you got in episode 140 from yours truly right here. Nick, remember, he's the nice guy. When I essentially eviscerated a few of you and pissed on a lot of your Boba Fett shit talking. Right?
I was going to say that if anybody did die, if any of our fans did die last episode, they definitely died hard because you did not go easy on them.
Yeah, I mean,
you let it fly.
Again, I'm not going to apologize for who I am on the show. I'm also not going to change who I am on the show. And I'd hope everyone at least realizes that when you do a show and you want to try to make it entertaining, you don't just want 2 Star Wars nerds with monotone deliveries talking to each other and agreeing on everything. I'm going to dial my personality up a bit. I mean, if you know me in real life, you know I'm not quite that animated, all right? In fact, I'm kind of a pussy in real life, very introverted. But my guy, when that flip switches and the SWTS studio lights go on, you never know what I'm going to turn into. But hey, it was a good time. I did feel bad for the 2 personal attacks I made. But like I said, you never know what's going to happen. On this show, Nick, we just say shit. It's almost like the Force takes over. For me, the dark side a lot of time. For Nick, he's usually on the light. Channeling,
trying to keep things in the at least the middle realm, at least the gray of the Force.
I've said this before, especially in the Discord. I do not know what the fuck I say on the show. By the time I tune out, I'm like, who did I piss off? Am I going to get fired? What dumb shit did I say this time? That type of stuff. So
yeah,
if 140 was rough for you, I guess toughen up. Grow up. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, my outbursts probably aren't for everybody, and I do agree. The screaming into the mic and the feedback that you all get from your speakers, I'm not a fan of that either, but that also doesn't mean I'm going to stop yelling. I don't feel like yelling today. There's a few reasons why. One is, if you notice, I'm wearing my hat kind of like a dildo right now. I may be getting one of my medical conditions back, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I do want to let people know, especially newer fans. I know Nick has been through one of these with me way back in 16. I suffer from a condition called chronic idiopathic urticaria. All right, for us dummies, that means I get chronic hives with no known trigger. I've dealt with this for almost 14 years now. I'm not going to answer any questions like, oh, did you eat something different? Is it detergent? Trust me. I've had biopsies. I've had internal biopsies. I've had every test you can have to figure out why the fuck. One day I'll wake up and just be covered in welted lesions with my eyes swollen shut and my lip looking like Nick sat there all night and punched me in the face. But there is no answer. Literally, if you want to look it up, it's called CIU. It is a medical condition. And I have a feeling that sadly I'm coming out of remission a lot sooner than I expected. My first remission, when I got them in 2006, I got about 8 years of peace. Then they hit again in 2016, right after my daughter was born. And now I've been in remission, I'd say, since 2017. So not that long. And the reason it goes back to the hat, and the reason that was the tipping point, is because I usually can start to tell that this thing is creeping back into my system, because I'll start getting fucking hives where things are tight on my skin. So the hat being one, and delivering 4-hour podcasts with a tight hat and headphones on it, further constricting my skin. I literally grow these big welts on my head that last for about a week and look like bruises. So knock on wood, hopefully it's not CIU coming back in full, because if it is, it's going to be a mind fuck. I'm never going to sit there and say that I'd rather get cancer or be a paraplegic or a quadriplegic. But I can tell you right now, CIU, anyone that suffered from it, it is a fucking cunt. It tears you down mentally, because you feel like, why? What did I do today? Why do I have to have these burning welts on my skin? Why are they bleeding today? Why can't I breathe properly? Why are my lips fat? Why can't I see out of my right eye? It just blows. And then you just have all the nonsense with the hives. And I'm talking, these aren't little bumps. These are welts that can get as big as a body part, and they you know, literally, it's like someone beat me with a belt, and then they burn and they itch and they bleed. So let's all, reach out to the force. Hopefully it's just me being crazy. As Tone says, it's the stress. What I just tell you, assholes, there is no diagnosis. If it was stress, you think a guy like me, if it was stress related, a guy like me that just had that performance of last week, where I acted like people that were, jagging me about Boba Fett was the biggest deal in my life. You think if they were stress related, I would not be covered in hives every single day. All right. So I do appreciate the guesses. But like I said at the onset of this, I'm only letting people know just in case the next time I'm on here, it looks like I am an actual alien from a Star Wars cantina, because the shit deforms me and it depresses me. And you may not be getting the same type of Matt until we get them under control again. So let's just hope they're not coming back. CIU, chronic idiopathic urticaria. It sucks. Like I said, I still feel for people that have terminal illnesses. I'm not like, oh, it's the worst. But I promise you, if you know somebody that has had it, that has suffered from it, the shit is enough to make you want to one of those things. All right. So it is what it is. Let's hope for the best, as I said, because it fucks me up. Anytime my body itches, I start to worry, like, uh-oh, is it happening? You want to talk about PTSD? This shit gives you PTSD like none other. All right, so that's that. Hopefully it doesn't pan out, but as I said, I've been dealing with this for 14 years. I kind of know how to read the tea leaves at this point, so it could be a shitty holiday season. But we still have the Star Wars Time show here. I'll still get up for that. And like I said, Nick and I suffered through my most recent bout in 2016, and we kept going. It didn't really affect anything.
We made it through. But I will say that in 2016, we weren't doing 3.5 hour long shows on live streams. So
it was a lot different back then.
Situation.
We also weren't on camera. And it's not like, oh, I don't want people to see me this way. Trust me, my first bout, I was still working in corporate America and had to get up every single day and march into a manufacturing plant in Detroit, no less, with a bunch of, hard-ass union dudes, with literally looking like every night my wife would beat me with a baseball bat in my face. So yeah, if you see me itching, you know why.
Yeah.
It's not because my ass is itchy. It's something else.
It's not the clap.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about STDs anymore unless the old lady is sneaking out on me. I think I'm clear on that type of shit.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess we'll address some of the chat in here. Yes, we will be on next week. I will. Nick is taking a big piss on all of you.
Yeah.
He's not going to be here for the finale breakdown of the Mandalorian. I'm sad, but hey, he's got to head back home. He's at least doing it the smart way. That's why I'm giving him the pass. He is driving back to New Orleans instead of flying. So hey, Nick's going to go take a break, have himself a good time. But yeah, I will be here the 22nd, and I've kind of threw this out there in our Discord, and I've also reached out to someone that has expressed interest in the past on IG, but I may be bringing on a guest host next week. I am pretty sure we're going to have the GTP toys guy as well. So the way I'm just kind of parsing working through it in my head here, I'm thinking I'm going to bring on Mike first.
Yep.
It'll be me and Mike. We'll do, 30, 40 minutes, whatever, talk about GTP toys, talk about himself, his fandom a bit. And then if I do decide to bring in one of the guest hosts, there you go, Tones. You're back, so I saved that for you. If I do bring in one of the guest hosts, I'd bring them in after that, like live. I'm going to try a whole new thing where I just bring them in through Skype, NDI, and the OBS.
Live transition.
And as Nick is sitting there smiling, he's like, well, that's going to fucking crash the show, so have fun, asshole. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm about 80% decided on bringing in a guest host or not. And a lot of that is just personal laziness and having to work out a flow with someone that I haven't worked with before. Not that I'm doubting anyone that volunteered to join. Not that I'm doubting that you couldn't sit there and hold your own with me. It's just getting into the groove, working with your tech, bringing in your Skype feed, making sure all that shit works. So those that have reached out, I'll let you know within due time, probably Friday or by the end of this weekend, if I am going to bring in a co-host or maybe multiple co-hosts. You never know, because it would be fun to just kind of powwow for most of episode 142, which it will be about the finale of the Mando, and obviously throwing out some speculations for season 3, which we know is not coming until Christmas time. Thanks to that just mega big dick reveal by Disney last week, which obviously we will be getting into. But Nick, before we get into the Star Wars stuff, and there is a lot, so strap in, my friends, and Nick and I are both committed to get through some of the lower hanging fruit quickly, so we can get right to the Gabfest type of topics, such as the 9 Disney Plus series, and I still only count 9 motherfuckers unless they're counting Mandalorian as 10. Nick can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've only counted 9, even though they keep saying 10. But we got plenty to talk about. But before we get there, I got to talk about what I've been getting into. Cyberpunk 2077, Nick.
So you made the jump.
I did.
So I haven't gotten it yet. I
did, and first and foremost, the fact that it has a location in Night City called Haywood, that sold it for me. Like, I didn't know that was coming. When you turn on the game, it's like, blah, 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 in Haywood, the rough and tumble section of Night City. I'm like, what? It's spelled like my Haywood, the H-E-Y, the proper way to spell Haywood. Yeah. Anyone else that spells it any other way is wrong. So, big thanks to CDPR, even though they're getting kicked in the mouth right now. But yeah, Nick, so I took the plunge with Cyber on the newer console. So I'm essentially playing a last gen console game that wasn't designed for consoles on my Xbox Series X. I will tell you that Thankfully on the X, Nick, it does give you some performance settings. You can change between a performance mode, which is for frame rate junkies, or a quality mode, which is for just overall excellence in visuals. You can tweak the HDR settings, nits, and all that fun stuff. And there's other visual tweaks. That's why I went Series X, because PS5, you didn't get any of those. You were just stuck with how they delivered it to you. And I will say, after reading an article on Forbes and making some dedicated tweaks to the visuals on Series X, it looks pretty damn good. It does not look as it should on the Series X. That's for damn sure. But I kind of knew that coming in, Nick, because they're literally the Xbox One and the PS4 version of the game. There is no Series X or PS5 version yet. That is planned for 2021. And apparently I will get a free upgrade for buying the shitty version.
Yeah, so the thing that's been holding me back is basically like knowing all of the issues that are going on with the game and not wanting to get a last gen version of it. So I'm very torn right now between just buying the PC version, because I now have my brand new video card and my system can basically run it at max settings on PC.
Do it.
Yeah, so I mean, I could do it that way, which would probably be the proper way to play it, given what the development was like for it on consoles.
I mean, let's be real, Nick. We have now found out. I mean, CDPR themselves yesterday sent out a letter saying, "Hey, yeah, we pretty much bamboozled all you console fuckers. We never showed you what it was going to look like. We only always talked about the PC build because that's what we do. So, it kind of sucks. Yeah. It looks like shit. It's buggy. Some of you could hardly even use it if you just had a basic PS4, not a PS4 Pro. So we admit we fucked up, and you can get your money back." And that's like...
Yeah, they literally started giving out refunds. Like, how do you not... they didn't even test it on the base model PS4 or Xbox One. They only tested it on the upgraded version.
They're paying for it too, because their stock took a hit. I think it dropped by like a third.
Yeah, it's like 35%
after all this shit came out, and it sucks because I love CDPR. I really do. I mean, I worked with them way back in my video game media days. I can remember. I mean, when my last E3 in 2018, I got to see a 60-minute closed door presentation of Cyberpunk back when it was even different than what we got now. I mean, it was so different than what we have now. When I finally, what I'd say, got out of the damn near 5 to 6 hour prologue and the title screen flashed, Nick, that's what I loved. I mean,
fuck.
You're playing in the game and you think you're like, all right, I'm in it. I'm in the main deal. And this one part happens. You're like, ooh, that was pretty major. That's not what I remember. They must have changed that. But then they're like, Cyberpunk 2077, essentially saying, now you're getting to the real game.
Yeah, now the game's starting.
And like I said, I mean, this was a game that I've been dying to play. I was covering it way back in my media days. And Nick is right. No one that has a Series X or PS5 should technically be playing this right now on those consoles, because you are not getting its best foot being put forward.
Yeah.
It is going to be way better on PC, so I think that's what Nick should do, especially after he spent his big boy money and got that new card.
Yeah.
Because I've seen comparisons of even a tweaked Series X versus PC. It's not even close. Like the shading, the lighting, it's not even close. I think Series X and PS5 will rival the PC when they actually get their next gen updates. But if you went cyber as it was advertised, PC, or I've even heard that the Stadia version, because it's streaming the PC version, performs well.
That's what I heard as well. Is a lot of people are really happy with Stadia, particularly for this game. And I was like, really, Google Stadia?
I know.
But then like knowing how that system works, you're essentially streaming it from the best PC build you could get. And then you're just, having it streamed to your TV. Then
so as long as you have a viable, I would say it'd have to be close to fiber optic speed. I mean, a gigabyte type of connection. As long as you can pull data down, I've heard that the Stadia version is damn near flawless if you're someone that bought that toy and hasn't used it yet. Mm-hmm. But overall, and we'll kind of end it here and get into the Star Wars stuff because we got a lot to talk about. But as Kevs is saying in the chat, issues aside, I mean, I've had one wonky glitch where my car drove through the map and started doing like ballerina twists and just bugged out. It's been, Nick, it's one of those games where it's hard to stop playing. It's just the world, Night City is so alive. I would argue the story is compelling. The way it's delivered, like I said, you're playing. You think you're already into the main deal, and then bam, 5 hours in, it hits you at the title screen. Like, oh, now we've arrived at the party. But the world, see, dude,
I almost want to tell you, like, stop playing it so you can enjoy it.
I know,
like the full experience once it actually upgrades.
But here's the deal, Nick, and you're not wrong. You are not wrong. But I also know who I am.
Yeah.
And it's a game. If I don't play it now when it's out, by the time they update it in mid-2021, there's probably going to be another game or something else pulling at me, and it's going to get lost in the mix, just like I did to Horizon Zero Dawn. Obviously, I can't say obviously because I haven't beat it, but from what you hear people say, AZD was one of the greatest first-party new IPs ever created. Yeah. Yet, because I waited damn near 3 years to play it, it had aged already in terms of console development and what they could do. And there's just other shit to play. You know, Ghost was out there. The new consoles were coming. Spider-Man. It's just, and it got lost. I didn't want that to happen to Cyberpunk. So I'm taking it, I'm taking one for the team here. I'm not going to let this one get banished to my video game backlog, which at this point is still 5 years deep of shit I missed just on last gen.
Yep.
So I don't blame you. I would recommend not missing out on its release and just getting caught up in the hype right now, buddy, and doing the PC. Because like Kev's is saying in here, it is a world kind of like a GTA, a Fallout 3, a Skyrim, where main missions or not, you can just get in there and just walk around and explore and live, breathe what CDPR infused.
Just let your dick hang out.
Yeah, literally. Exactly. I mean, yesterday I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna fire up. All I did was front on people. I would stand next to them until they got pissy, and once they started, hey, what, you want to go? I'd be like, pop, 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 pop. Just fucking shoot them right there. Take their guns, take their cars if they had any, and that was it. There was no mission for that. I was just like, fuck it. Fuck this guy. He's going to talk shit to me. Clap! You're going to get clipped. And don't even get me started on the character creator. Holy shit.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
I've heard. And seen. I've seen it.
Dude. I went with a female, and I'm not like that. Don't get on me like, oh, he's one of these SJW. No, I'm a white man that grew up my entire life playing burly white men as the main characters. I actually love not playing as a white protagonist in video games these days. It's different. So I went with a punk rocker girl, gave her a nice set of boobs, and I actually opted to give her a vagina. I could have given her a dick. I mean, it's amazing what you can do in this game with the customizations. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming on the guy, you could give the guy a vagina. And Nick, you should see the visual fidelity of said body parts. I mean, what you can do with penises is absolutely amazing. It's like, this is what CDPR has been doing in the crunch. This is why it took so long. They were mastering the dong sliders.
Yeah, the dick physics. They were trying to get it right.
Unbelievable. I loved it. So yeah, I'm rolling with a female V street kid build with, decent, not overly large breasts, and I did give her a vagina.
Yeah.
And I love her. She's fantastic. I love that I went with a chick. I think it flows for the story, and it makes things interesting, especially once you get to that, oh, now you're in the game part. I'm not going to say anything because it is kind of a spoiler. As Kev's saying, girls with PPs. All right. Anything, Nick, or should we just dive into this?
Let's get into it, man, because there's a ton of us,
a lot of stuff
for us to go through, and obviously we've kept all of the kind of low-hanging toy stuff to the end, and we'll pop through those really quickly. But Disney really just kind of shot their load on us this week. But before we get into that, Matt does have a comic book breakdown for us.
You know what?
That will lead us into all the goodness.
If we were smart, because we knew this was coming, We should have bought some fucking Disney stock because I believe it went up $15 on Friday after Thursday.
Not a surprise.
So, if you're someone that, I've opened an E-Trade lately with some of the Funko Pop money and I suck at it. Like, I'm fucking terrible. But the Disney deal, that's something that would have been a day trade. You just get in, you buy a bunch of stocks, wait for that jump, sell, sit on your cash, and then reinvest when it hit low. So, all right, here we go, man. Some of the low-hanging fruit before we get into the Disney deal. We did get a new comic, and while I love breaking these down, Nick, I'll tell you what, this is back-to-back where the standard Star Wars line of the 2020 runs was kind of beat. Yeah, it's like, hey, this is kind of the same rule that I have with Mandalorian where I'm never going to say, oh my God, it was awful, I had to suffer through that. It's still Star Wars content. It's canon content. There's some interesting tales in there, but really the main Star Wars run has been just kind of ho-hum. And number 9 was no different. In fact, my big new canon moment was the fact that Lobot had dreadlocks. All right. If that gives you an idea of what we're working with here, if you're on the live stream, you can probably see the image. But Homeboy, if you look in his headset, literally, Nick, he has all these cables coming out of
wires.
it. Yeah. So you wonder, like, after and I believe it's leftovers from when Lando and them saved him from Bespin, because those that have been reading this, he was hooked up to Bespin essentially as a computer for the Empire.
I remember.
But they just didn't feel like giving him a haircut. So that was really the biggest bit we got out of it. I mean, the main gist was they have to go and get this robot, Nick, that can speak a language that only this robot can speak. And the reason the rebels want the robot is because the Imperials have cracked their code. Okay. So they need a new language, and they're going to use a dead ancient language that only this robot can speak. So they have to go steal it from Coruscant, no less. So they send Lando, Poe, Dameron's parents before their parents actually go with them. So that was kind of a nice egg there.
Cool.
But I think one of the coolest things we got, and other fans that have seen this pretty much confirmed that I was not being an asshole. But in this museum they go to, my friends, in the curator's private stash, there are 2 undeniably familiar-looking sci-fi movie props in there that we've talked about mashing these franchises before. I don't know if it's ever been done in canon like this, but if you watch this video, I'm not going to play it for you now. When you're in this curator's archive, dude literally has a xenomorph skull and a fucking Predator mannequin in Star Wars. It's undeniable.
That is interesting because that then ties the Star Wars universe and galaxy to our very own.
That's what it's crazy, Nick.
That's pretty nuts.
I know you're not like into the comics. I'm sure you didn't watch the video because no one watches the videos. That's fine. I do them for me and for the show, so we have something to talk about. But there was multiple people that watched the video and commented, were like, yeah, you're right. I mean, that it's almost too coincidental just to be, oh yeah, the artist, just making them look similar. It's actually,
did the artist not know what a xenomorph skull was?
They're actually Kashyyykian warrior artifacts. Like, no. There's a fucking Predator face mask in there with the dreads and a xenomorph skull. So that was really the Easter eggs in Star Wars number 9. I know it says number 7 on the graphic. That's because I'm stupid. The Easter eggs reign supreme in Star Wars number 9 versus the canon. All right. So please check out the video if you're in the Star Wars comics, or if you're into Star Wars comics and don't feel like reading them, because I essentially do story time with you. Okay, my friend. We also had another quick hitter here, and that's the fact that, what was it? I mean, I think it was Star Wars Celebration 2018 or 19, where they wheeled, I don't know if it was Kathy or one of the Disney execs out there, like, you know what, people? Gosh darn it. None of this OT, PT, ST shit anymore. we have 3 defined ages: the age of the Republic, the age of rebellion, and the age of resistance. And we were like, all right, whatever. Okay, we've got our official names now. Well, guess what, Nick? What happened?
They nuked those already.
It's done. That shit's done because of a little project called the High Republic, which is ramping up right now. I think I've been reading that a lot of review outlets have been getting some of the first run materials to prepare for the early January releases. I think some people that pre-ordered are at least being notified that they're getting ready. But go ahead, Nick. What are our new... How's the timeline named now thanks to the High Republic?
So starting off the timeline is the High Republic. So that is the oldest canon period in Star Wars now, is the High Republic. And to give color to it, it says this is the official starting point for Star Wars canon, set 200 years before the prequel trilogy. It will be explored in the High Republic books and the 2021 or the upcoming Acolyte series from Leslie Headland.
So Nick, does that re-shit on some of the... Wasn't Bane somewhat canonized lightly again?
It kind of does.
Yeah.
It kind of does, because, I mean, Bane was in, like, you know, Clone Wars. I believe he was in Rebels at some point as well through Holocron. So, like, I don't know if they're just talking about, like, established, like, full-length time periods of, like, full content, or if they're talking about, like, only this is canon now. But, yeah, like, Darth Bane was more than 200 years past in the past. That was 1,000 years in the past.
I mean, they've essentially created yet another schism in the Star Wars canon that's going to result in more angry episodes like we had last week, where I'm yelling at people about stuff that's no longer canon.
Yeah. So,
but they pretty much make it clear, like, hey, the new official starting point is the High Republic.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how they treat any of the old, you know, characters that were just mentioned and didn't have full content dedicated to them. So High Republic first. Then it's the fall of the Jedi. So there is a massive gap between the High Republic and the next era, because the fall of the Jedi covers all of the prequel trilogy movies: TPM, Attack of the Clones, Clone Wars TV series, and Revenge of the Sith.
I mean, I know we're kind of shitting on this, but I do think the new names make sense, right?
Yes, I agree.
No way I'm going to memorize all these. I had a hard time just doing 3 of them. I mean, we got 6 here. There's no fucking chance in hell.
Yeah, and I'm sure this will be expanded on once we get to new content and everything like that. So, yeah, it will remain PTOTST or some version of that, because the ages weren't around long enough to actually matter, it seems like. So Fall of the Jedi is all of the prequel trilogy movies. Next up is Reign of the Empire. So Reign of the Empire is basically covering Bad Batch and Solo, which is interesting that they have your own name for that section when you only have 2, I mean, let's be real, small pieces of content in it. Hopefully we get a little bit more to fill in those gaps.
I think Kenobi would fit in that too, though, right?
Kenobi,
because they don't even list it in Age of Rebellion. I'm pretty sure Kenobi goes right here, because it would take place in between Bad Batch and Solo.
Yeah, so I would imagine that that's gonna fall within.
Yeah, I think Kenobi's definitely.
There's no way it would. It's too far after to be in the Fall of the Jedi era.
Right. No, it's. I'm going Kenobi is 100% Reign of the Empire, because it will take place after Bad Batch.
Yes. So Bad Batch and Solo is your Reign of the Empire content for now. Like Matt said, probably Kenobi in there as well. We do keep one of the old names. So Age of Rebellion is still in there. Age of Rebellion was the original name for basically all of your original trilogy content.
And that one made the most sense when they were doing the Ages thing. So I'm fine with that.
So that is going to be Rebels, Rogue One, New Hope, ESB, Return of the Jedi. So all of your your Rebellion era content is Age of the Rebellion. Makes sense. Then you have the New Republic. That's a new one post Age of the Rebellion. Right. So that's Mando timeline. So everything Mandalorian is happening within the New Republic timeline. And then that will also contain a couple of new series that are coming up. The Ahsoka series, the Rangers of the New Republic series, and likely that's it.
Yeah, because Andor's probably lives in between Reign and Age of Rebellion, depending on what time period they're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how like that lines up with Star Wars Rebels timeline, that could fall either in Reign of the Empire or Age of the Rebellion.
If we're getting a lot of young Cassian, because I believe we are at least going to get flashbacks to when he was little, that could go back as far as Fall of the Jedi, mix in some Reign of the Empire.
Exactly.
Because I believe, I don't know much about Cassian outside of the movie. I suck at this, but I believe he or his family were separatists. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. That would be interesting, though, to kind of delve into that with Fall of the Jedi.
And when we get to the Andor sizzle reel, we're going to look at some of the concept art, and it does kind of place. I think it gives us hints at the different timelines that this show is going to live in, and I think it could span Fall of Jedi, Reign of Empire, all the way up to Age of Rebellion. Mostly Fall Jedi, Reign of the Empire, though.
Yeah,
for Andor,
and then. Yeah, for Andor specifically. So I mean, and that looks awesome. And like you said, we'll get to that up next. But the last era for now,
everyone's favorite era.
Yeah, I'm sure this will be expanded upon the eras. This is the Rise of the First Order era. So this is covering all of the sequel trilogy content, including Star Wars Resistance cartoon series. So Star Wars Resistance, Force Awakens, TLJ, Rise of Skywalker is all falling within the Rise of the First Order era now, time period for Star Wars. There's a lot to talk about in terms of where things fall for all of the new content and potentially more expansion beyond just what, those eras that we have now.
That I think the Taika stuff. And I've been reading, Nick. We didn't post it because I didn't feel like it was quite a strong argument yet. But there's a good chance that his stuff may be like Dawn of the Jedi era type of stuff.
Kathy said multiple times in her conference during the Disney investors call, a new future era of Star Wars. New future era of Star Wars. Right. She said that multiple times.
I know, and that's why I didn't run with this other stuff, because this other stuff, they're pitching it as, well, did you see the Star Wars logo was almost like stone. It was like cracky, and they had that pyramid or object in space, and that was in Dawn of the Jedi, and blah, da, do, and this is where I get lost because it's EU shit, and Nick would have to like come in and comment on what the fuck all that is.
I mean, like,
apparently Dawn of the Jedi is like some book that we all should potentially read one day, even though I believe it's all horseshit at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, it is old canon content, so it's not necessarily going there. I mean, the hard part about that is a new future era of Star Wars could mean a lot of different things. It could mean that it's coming in the future in our time.
That's exactly right.
It could mean that, or it could mean the future for the actual timeline. But like, it's hard to distinguish where that is. Like, is the future past the
Rise of the
First Order, or is that or is the future somewhere else? Like, we don't know how that all lands.
Is the future truly in the past? We've all seen movies where these amazing civilizations eat themselves and turn into dust. And then future civilizations are like, wow, you remember, these people had all this technology. I mean, Horizon Zero Dawn's a perfect example. Shit like that, where you did have these very advanced civilizations that essentially wiped themselves out. Mm-hmm. We'll talk more about that when we get to Taika's project, because they did kind of wordsmith with the future era, as Nick said. Is it future our timeline, future Star Wars timeline? Should we look at the logo being stone and cracked as, yes, this is an origin point for Force users in the Star Wars galaxy? Either way, knowing that Taika is behind it, I'm not worried in the least. I think it's going to be fucking fantastic.
Pretty hyped.
Okay, so those are our new ages. We've gone from 3 to 6. Nick will be tasked with memorizing all these, but we start with the High Republic. We bleed into the Fall of the Jedi. We then go with the Reign of the Empire, to the Age of the Rebellion, to the New Republic, and we end with Rise of the First Order. Exciting times. I mean, I know a bunch of people, and last week I got a little angry, like, oh, Mando's brought Star Wars back to life. Like, what do you get? What are you people talking about at this point? You think that that presentation last week they just pulled out of their ass on Wednesday to present it Thursday? I mean, all that stuff's been in the works for years.
Yeah,
they know what they're doing. They just didn't know what to do with the fucking trilogies. I will agree with everyone there. The trilogies are what Disney just completely bumblefucked. No doubt about it. We've said the line here a million times. It's not worth going over. Each film in the trilogy on its own, not too bad. TFA probably the best. But when you string them together and you try to say that it has a coherent narrative, they absolutely do not. So I think Disney's doing quite all right. Besides, we got the fucking Mandalorian people. Like, what else do you want? Go bitch about Boba Fett's new armor paint. That have fun bitching about that stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot to look forward to, though, and that's the good thing is that Disney did not skimp out or
at least they're not like EA and just sitting on the fucking license and doing nothing. Okay? Exactly.
Like they could literally shelve it. Like Disney has the right to do whatever they want with the Star Wars franchise, but you know what? Like they're actively developing a ton of new stuff, and you know, whether it be new movies or Disney Plus series, there's a lot to come, and that's what, you know, we all got treated to during this investors call last week.
I think a lot of what they announced last Thursday was a 100% reaction to the state of our world right now.
Yeah, if you watch that,
they're so scaled back. They've increased their number of volumes. They're going balls deep into small scale production, but giving us blockbuster-like experiences. So
exactly,
I'm all for it. I
watched the investors call for about 2 hours. So just as soon as Star Wars content ended, I stopped watching it. But their presentation for that 2 hours, only 4 hour long call, for that 2.5 hours was completely and utterly focused on the success of their streaming channels, whether it be Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN Plus. So their content and the way that they're delivering their content in the future is completely based around the success of those channels, specifically Disney Plus, that has almost 90 million subscribers.
Nick, you told me they hit their 2024 goal already in terms of subscribers. Already. Nick also told me, now this is all going on. I'm trying to like get a workout going. Yeah. This guy like immediately pulled me out of my zone. I think for 15 minutes I was just sitting there like, tap, 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 tap. Oh, Nick, that's cool. Oh my God, that's so awesome. Like two little girls are sitting there. I'm like, shit, I just lost my pump. But last Thursday was a joyous day for Star Wars fans. And Nick, I don't know if you had it in you after spending 2 hours on that stream. Did you tune into the Game Awards? Because we also got a bunch of new video game reveals and all the awards went out. I feel like The Last of Us earned everything it got. I mean, that game is a fucking piece of art. Yeah, I wish Ghost got a little more love. It won an award here or there, but I mean, Toulouse 2 definitely earned everything. But we got a new Dragon Age look. We got, I think, a confirmation of a legit Mass Effect continuation of Mass Effect 3, not that crap we got a few years ago. Last Thursday was fucking awesome for pop culture geeks and nerds like Nick and I and most people that listen.
But yeah, if you want to know how much. This is how much money Disney makes.
Insane.
I'm going to tell you people. They have 86.6 million subscribers for Disney Plus. That means they make $600 million a month on Disney Plus alone. So if you extrapolate that over a year, that's $7.2 billion a year on just Disney Plus.
You know, they're rolling in the D plus money so hard when their stock goes up like that, and they still have an entire theme park closed in America. Their cruise business is essentially dead, and any of their travel locations are essentially dead. Yet the market was so impressed with their Disney Plus results and future offerings. They're like, hey, I mean, you essentially are kneecapped with half of your business model, but we're still going to go ahead and jack up your stock because you're doing all right. 600 plus million a month.
On just Disney. That doesn't even include the 40 million subscribers they have through Hulu, which they're a majority owner of. And it doesn't include the 8 to 10 million subscribers they have for ESPN Plus. So their streaming service is now probably the primary driver of all revenue for Disney, which is fucking crazy to think about.
And you know what? They know they have such a good thing. They're ramrodding a price increase through for all of us in the coming months.
Yeah. Yep. They're $2 extra per month for your Disney Plus stuff.
They better honor. I signed up for a 3-year fucking deal at a set price. I don't know how they're dealing with that, or if they're just jibbing people that signed up on their own. But didn't you do a bundle yourself?
I did do a bundle. So I have the Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, Hulu bundle.
So do you think yours is going up, or was that a contract deal for a set amount of years at a locked price?
I assume it's going to go up. I assume that my
there was some fine print that said, "Hey, by the way, assholes, even though we were said you're locked in at this for 3 years, you're not."
Yeah, if this is commensurate to price increases along the way.
By the way,
that's
if we start making a lot of money, we're going to increase your subscription fee.
You're going to go up. So during that call, and all this happened before the Star Wars announcement. So during this call, we finally get to the Star Wars point. Bob Iger comes out and reveals that there will be 10 new and original Star Wars series coming to Disney Plus.
I'm still going with 9. Someone find me number 10.
Yeah, we got 9 of them revealed.
Someone find me the 10th.
There's like a hidden 10th project somewhere. It could be Mando, like you mentioned, though. He could be.
It has to be, because Nick, I was going nuts because I'm like OCD with this shit. If someone says 10, there better fucking be 10. And I came in here and edited just to give us some images here, but you had them bullet pointed, so it was very easy to count. Hell, you had them bullet pointed with numbers, and it still only said 9. I was like, where is Disney getting this 10? It has to be The Mandalorian. Either way, we're not here to debate semantics. Let's get right into all of the new shows coming to Disney Plus in the future, some as soon as 2021. Just a lot of excitement in the air, at least for Star Wars fans. We got a lot of shit going on, and at least 2 of these projects you can directly thank Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni for The Mandalorian, because now we're finally getting the light shed on the spinoffs we're getting that will come back in and maybe cross paths here or there. I just saw Pedro today's like, fuck yeah, I better be in Rangers, or fuck yeah, I better be in Ahsoka.
Yeah. They got into my shit.
Right.
I better get into theirs.
So the first one we have in our list here, and we're counting, so 1 is Rangers of the New Republic.
Yeah.
And more than likely, Nick, this was the show we were hearing about how Cara Dune may be going off with other side characters we met. I know the KRT boys are sadly pumping their chests on Reddit again. Everyone's like, hey, look, they got some quasi shit right in all these Disney announcements, so I guess they're good again. I'm like, what? They said they didn't even say it was Rangers. They said it was the Cara Dune and Bo-Katan show.
Bo-Katan spinoff. But here's the thing: is like they're beating their chest about it. There's been no stars are announced for this. Some of the series we did get stars announced. Right. We did get cast members announced. Rangers of the New Republic, no announcements yet. And technically, while it likely is Cara Dune is not a Ranger. She is a Marshal. So this is a live action series that is set to release based off of what we heard in December of 2021, to my understanding. This is one of the shows that Matt mentioned that will intertwine. This show will play in the same timeline along with The Mandalorian.
Oh, so this is dropping day and date, and maybe not day and date, but same window as Mando S3 then.
From my understanding and the way that Kathy kind of explained, like laid the next one and Mando episode season 3 out, like all of these feel like they're supposed to be dropping in and around the same release window.
Yeah, so it's like, hey, maybe The Mandalorian starts and you get an episode where you hear the Rangers, and then boom, that series starts the next week, or that's like, I mean, can
you imagine a Friday? I mean, like for you, it would be a complete nightmare.
I'll kill myself. Don't do this to me, Nick.
Yeah, if you have like a Friday Mando, Saturday Rangers, Sunday,
that's why I say
the next
that.
one is Ahsoka.
No, please,
that would be
please.
I mean,
Friday was bad enough. Like I do enjoy doing this shit, or I would stop. I'm not that big of an idiot to realize I'm wasting my life. I mean, I do it because it's almost like I have to exercise some Star Wars demons out of my system every week. I just have to do it. It's like in our Discord, I'm talking, Thursday night, I knew I wasn't going to do anything with Bad Batch. It was late. I didn't feel like fucking with it. And I'm like, I'll probably just leave it alone. Nope. Sure as fucking shit. Come Friday, after I got done with my Mando stuff, I could not let it go. I had to go through and take screenshots of the Bad Batch trailer and do a little video on it. It is a sickness. It's another form of OCD where I feel I'm going to die if I don't get my opinions out on something Star Wars. It's crazy. I understand it. It's a me problem. But Nick's right. I mean, if we're going to have 3 fucking shows dropping on the same day, I'll be dead.
Yeah. I see some people in the chat already saying like, yeah, well, they're going to trim this down. And Brando specifically called out like that Marvel trim She-Hulk. She-Hulk is coming out. That was announced in the investors call as well. That is a live action Marvel series that's coming to Disney Plus. So that's not trimmed.
Yeah, I think at this point, once they barf these out there, it's on. I mean, the money has been invested into these. I would assume they're already shooting Ahsoka. They're already shooting Rangers.
For a 2021 release, these 2 series are likely already starting pre-production or will be starting pre-production very soon.
Yeah, they're on. So I mean, we can't do too much on Rangers, but I think candidates, obviously, after S2E7, our man Bill Burr, the man who hates Star Wars yet somehow performs quite excellently in it, he's a candidate now for Rangers of the New Republic.
Yeah, I mean,
Kara,
a lot of
Carson, potential. Trapper Wolf, all these guys we've seen in Mando, and it's all coming to fruition. Don't act like, I mean, this stuff should not surprise diehard Star Wars fans. Yeah. John and Dave, they were sprinkling this shit in their interviews all fall long before Mando S2 debuted. This is it. We're starting to see the fruit now. We got the soft pilot of Ahsoka in S2E5. That's what that is. More than likely, what was going on with Mayfeld and some of the shit they're doing with Fennec and Kara being buddies, probably starting to mix ingredients for Rangers of the New Republic. So
yeah, I mean, you could even, like, depending on how things go with Boba and Fennec, like you said, you could bring in Boba and Fennec, then you have Mayfeld, then you have Kara, then you have all of these ancillary characters that kind of popped in and had big impacts on Mando's journey, could all be a large part of the Rangers of the New Republic series, which I hope kind of turns into not really an anthology, but doesn't really have one set focused character like we have with the Mandalorian.
Yeah, where we're looking at every episode kind of gives you a new story, maybe new characters. So you get a nice wide tour of what the New Republic has been up to, right?
Yeah. It looks like Adrian, our good buddy, is not a fan of Burr. He says, boo, Bill Burr is whack. Well,
yeah, and Connor in here in the chat, he works in the film business, and he agrees if they're shooting for 2021 release, pre-production is easily happening, if not starting to shoot a bit. I bet they're almost getting ready to lay down season 3 of the Mando, if not doing that right now. So
they're probably well on their way there as well. So the next one after Rangers of the New Republic is the Ahsoka series. So it's just called Ahsoka, and as Matt has expertly pointed out, the logo itself for Ahsoka is very, very important.
Yeah, I think the logo is a dead giveaway, right? It is World Between Worlds.
Yes.
Which the character, obviously, her own life was spared through that, or at least that's how they finished the duel with her and Vader, where we really didn't see what happened, but we just kind of figured she was fucked. World Between Worlds, this is the old time travel in Star Wars. And honestly, Nick, now that we see this logo, I'm starting to think that Ahsoka is going to do for Ezra what he did for her. Yeah, she is probably, possible. And this probably explains why Thrawn and Ezra survived a trip in hyperspace without a hermetically sealed Star Destroyer bridge. There's a good chance we're going to see her reach right through that portal and snap at Ezra before he gets sucked out with the hyperspace whales.
Yeah.
It could be that, or it could be something else where she's using the World Between Worlds. But the fact that they went so hardcore in just her logo on the themes of the World Between Worlds. I mean, you got the graphic in behind. Even the font is World Between Worlds inspired. I mean, the O is like the damn symbol that lit up when I think he went through the archways or the circular portals they go through. So my God, Nick, that opens up an insane amount of possibilities. It may address that shit Dave was telling us, like, hey, how do you know Mandalorian or that was taking place after Mando or before Mando? Because when you introduce time travel and you introduce timelines, shit gets squirrely. So
yeah, I mean, you could do a fucking ton with time travel, especially in Star Wars, given how robust the offering is in terms of content. So Ahsoka series will also run concurrent to Mandalorian. So we're going to be playing, you're going to basically have 3 interweaving series. You're going to have Mando, Rangers in the New Republic, and then Ahsoka. But like Matt mentioned, Ahsoka could kind of jump all over the place. She might be in, the age of the, or the Age of Rebellion timeline with the Rebels character. She could go somewhere else. She could,
and like piss on zombie Palpatine if she wants to.
Yeah, I mean, she could play around in a lot of different areas given this world between worlds clear connection here. Yeah. Kathy also called out that these 3 shows, Mando, Rangers, and Ahsoka, will culminate in a climactic story event that will tie all 3 series together.
So before we kind of really dive into that, when she throws out culminate, are we talking Mando's done after 3 seasons? Or,
yeah, dude, it's
or
tough.
Ahsoka's a special run and New Republic or Rangers is a special run and they're going to culminate with a mega story in Mando? Or is that saying, if you read it, culminate in a climactic story event, is that saying all this shit's going away in 2021 and I'm ready to cry?
It's
I mean, come on, don't kick me while I'm down.
I would take it as the Ahsoka and Rangers series are probably 1 season runs to like add flavor and spice to the New Republic timeline.
Or I mean, she could also
Mando continues.
She could also just be putting it out there like, in time when these stories are ready to wrap, they're going to have an Avengers event, the Infinity War to Endgame type of event.
Exactly. And who knows? I mean, that could be, 3 seasons down the line for Ahsoka. That could be, which would make season 5 or 6 for Mando. Like, she didn't say like, hey, all this shit's coming to an end 2022. That definitely wasn't in there. But she did make sure to call out this culmination of a climactic
Nick, it
story.
Could also be, I mean, I'm being an asswipe here. We're really getting anal about the English language. Yeah. It could also just mean their seasons are all going to culminate in a singular event. Yeah, meaning they all funnel together and end in a special like mini movie episode that is the end of Mando, the end of Ahsoka, and the end of Rangers for that run, right? For season 1 and 3.
Could you imagine if they allowed Filoni and Favreau, like, hey, you guys are doing all 3 of these, so here's what we'll do. You get 3 concurrent seasons of each of them, and then you get a movie at the end of each season.
Did they?
Like,
Nick, that's a good point. Did they announce who gets these? Like, who's running these motherfuckers?
Nothing for Rangers and for Ahsoka.
You would think Dave is at least tangentially attached to his creation, right?
If he's not EP on both of these, then something's wrong. Like, I know that Dave is probably pretty, stretched thin at this point with I mean, I'm sure he's working on Bad Batch, obviously Mando, and then if he's going to be on Ahsoka and on Rangers, like that's a lot of content for one person.
That's what I mean. Is like I wonder how they're splitting up show running responsibilities. I mean, will Dave be more of the floater now? John keeps his baby, because a lot of people forget, and we're bad at it too. Everyone's sitting here like, oh, Dave Filoni is God. Jon Favreau created The Mandalorian. He is the one that pitched the idea. He is the one that came up with Grogu. He brought in Dave because he's smart, and he knew that Dave would take his vision and Star Wars it.
Yeah.
So let's not forget what John did. So maybe John just retakes over Mando more than he has these first 2 seasons, and Dave gets to play with his lady love.
It's very possible, but
you would hope Dave is attached to Ahsoka in the minimum, at the minimum.
And some people in the chat right now, Action Figure Neverland, calling out like it's similar to what Netflix did with the Defenders, where you had like,
or like, Tones. Running. I said it before I saw his comment, but you almost have like a mini movie at the end that just ends each series, but doesn't really end their runs.
Yeah, it's just a season finale movie or something like that.
I'd totally be down with that. I mean, I feel like The Mandalorian, they could Walking Dead that shit. Right? I mean, it could go forever. I do feel like Ahsoka has a freshness limited setting on it. Like you don't want to overdo it with just one character. Yeah. And I do think Ahsoka and Rangers, they are, programming language here, but they are the children objects of the Mandalorian parent. I still think The Mandalorian is the tentpole production. That is the bread and butter. That is where they kind of test these franchises and see how audiences react. So I could see both Ahsoka and Rangers being much shorter run series than what the Mandalorian ultimately will be. And I hope to God Mando is not just done at season 3. Then we learned through Giancarlo that there's at least 4 seasons, right?
Yeah, he said like season 3, season 4. Like he mentioned the season. I
love that guy. Fucking love that guy.
So these are the 2 series that will be happening in the New Republic timeline, right next to the Mandalorian. Right. Essentially a 3 series kind of interwoven plot line.
And what it does? I think it just further destroys our season 2 prediction powers. Because I think they're going to be saving those big mega team ups now for this big culmination climactic event.
Would you bring Ezra in if you now have a solo Ahsoka series?
That's what I mean.
You can do
it's like I was really still, even after 7, we'll get there. I was still thinking like, all right, well, Ahsoka's probably going to show up. The Jedi he called is probably going to show up. Bo-Katan's probably going to show up. I'm starting to think that ain't going to be the case, especially with the way at least these 2 New Republic age shows have been described. I think they're saving that big MCU type of team up for when these launch next year. Yeah, not that that's going to take away from this finale we're about to. I'm going to say suffer through, because I do not think it's going to go our way. If you're a fan and you take this stuff like it's real life, I just do not see episode 8 ending in a very positive note. Yeah. And I do not think the team up is coming that I had predicted 2 episodes ago before we saw 7. There's still going to be some form of a team up. Still think the Jedi is going to show up probably too late, but I don't think it's going to be the Avengers type of event that I was predicting. So awesome. Ahsoka, fantastic. All right. Andor. For Andor, I'm going to go ahead and switch to another post where I actually broke out some of the concept art, because that gives us something to riff on. Yes. I thought the sizzle reel was fantastic. They said all the right stuff. Listening to Diego and just seeing how excited he was, seeing the sets, I think it's going to be badass. But the concept art really gave us a better idea of what we're kind of getting into here. So I've got that pulled up right now on the live stream. As we said, it is probably going to span decades of his life. I think we'll be starting as far back as the prequel era, then we'll get into some of the Reign of the Empire stuff, and that could be where a lot of it sits, because again, we've seen the Age of Rebellion Cassian. That is his Rogue One version of the character. Some interesting concept art. I mean, some of you just look at it, you're like, all right, whatever. But
particularly the building of the light cruiser.
Yes,
like
it's almost like I'm guessing that the shot we're looking at, there's concept art of these old Republic cruisers on their sides. And it looks like wherever these are at, people have turned them into livable structures. So I'm speculating this could very well be Cassian's boyhood home, or a planet we see him on when he's very young. Because I think once we get closer to the Age of Rebellion, a lot of this type of shit would probably be blown up, wasted from wars with the Empire, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
This scene here, Nick, and let me know what you think. I think this could be an Imperial conditioning center. You got the torture bots, and then you got all these little pods. The little pods remind me of the learning units that the clones sat in on Kamino.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking this is either like Imperial conditioning where they're taking people like, no, you're becoming a fucking stormtrooper. And there's a good chance that Cassian, as a young boy, might have been conscripted into this shit. And maybe we'll see like him break out. I also said maybe this is a prison, but I really think this image we're looking at, and again, we're looking at the Andor concept art. It's this image of a huge, white, sterile-looking, clearly an Imperial installation.
Yeah.
But the fact that you got the torture bots flying around, Tarkin's buddies, I'm thinking it's a detention center or a conditioning center. Conditioning meaning, we grabbed young Cassian, you're going to become a buckethead. And you may not like it now, but by the time you get done with this brainwashing, you will be for the Empire, long live the Empire, that type of shit.
It could definitely go both ways because, I mean, it would not be surprising that, during his days as a rebellion spy that he gets caught and captured and he needs to be broken out of an Imperial prison or something like that. So it could definitely be a prison as well. But a conditioning center, like if you look at it, like you said, specifically if you look at like the right side of the image, you can see these kind of like curved rooms and you can see screens, and you could even in one image you can like vaguely see a person sitting in front of one of these screens. So a conditioning center or some sort of like training
exactly,
training
it's like
facility.
that "we want you" poster, but for the Imperials, and it's just nonstop imagery. They get shot at their face until they become literally a machine, a tool for the Empire that also can't hit the broadside of a barn door. Yeah,
it's very, very possible. But yeah, I mean, Andor was a series that not necessarily was revealed to for the first time through this. Obviously, we knew that the series was in production, but it is now given a more firm date. So this is supposed to release in 2022 with a 12-episode run.
So it just one season then with that long run?
So that's what it seems like, 12 episodes. I mean, for them to for Kathy to specifically call out a 12-episode run makes me think that it is only going to be one season. I can see how it would be hard to extend that into multiple.
I agree.
Given, that the character is basically done and dusted before you even get to the original trilogy.
Exactly. I'm with you, man. I don't think this isn't like the Mandalorian where you just start with an ominous no-name character that you can then build into a fan favorite. Here we are working with an established canon character. We know, as Nick said, we know his fate. There's really not much they can do post Rogue One, and really how much story can you tell of a young Cassian and how he becomes essentially an assassin for the rebellion. So I think you're spot on, but I mean I'll take a 12 run special event series. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean if you get 12 30-minute episodes, you're talking 6 hours of content.
Right, dude. I mean I've said it before. I mean you could shit in a box and tape Star Wars on it and I'll at least check it out. I'll watch it. I'll tune
give
into
it a sniff and see how it
like if Nick's like, hey, tonight I'm going to take a dump on my doorstep to John Williams Star Wars music. I'm like, hey, that seems weird, but it's Star Wars. I'll tune in, see what he's up to.
Yeah. Some kind of content. So, and this is created by Gilroy. So Tony Gilroy,
another person that fucking hates Star Wars yet gets to play in it and be applauded for it. Him and Bill Burr. It's like, why the fuck? It always happens to the people that hate things the most. They get the best.
Yeah, so that is created and run by Gilroy. Yeah. So good shit there. Next up, the official announcement of the Obi series. But, we all know that the Obi series is happening.
The big deal here was our boy.
And this is something that we fucking called out before Rogue One even released.
Thank you.
Go back into the archives.
Thank you.
Go back to EB. Me and Matt started this campaign.
Listen to this man.
Like, this was, when did Rogue One release? This was probably 4 years ago.
I mean, 2016? Yeah. Yeah, because TFA was 15.
2016.
Yeah.
December 2016 is when it released. And we started calling for this when Rogue One was first announced. So this was probably 2015. Me and Matt were out there
Thank
stumping Hayden for Vader,
Thank you.
Vader. And
I didn't think I was going to have a champion moment today, Nick, but you're giving it to me, and I feel great.
Yeah.
Let me pound my chest over this. Ah! Yeah!
So
Listen to this man. Where have you people been? We are the best at speculating shit that no one listens to or remembers, so we never increase our following.
Yes, but this was something that we called out. So Hayden Christensen returning as Darth Vader in the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, which is set 10 years after.
Love it. All right, so let me address some of the stuff I've been seeing. First and foremost, when I told this to Stunt Buddy, he's like, why the fuck are they bringing Hayden back? It'll be stupid. It'll be like Pedro Pascal in the armor. You could put... He's like, I mean, I could be Darth Vader on stilts, essentially. And I was like, well, yeah, but you don't think they're going to do any fucking flashbacks? Yeah. You don't think a guy that... You got to remember, Obi-Wan, as much as he was angry at Anakin, he was fucking gutted that he failed. He felt it was his fucking fault that Anakin ended up being an asshole. Not Anakin's own decisions. Kenobi, you were my brother, Anakin! Think about the state of mind this guy is in. He just watched his entire order get fucking wiped out. He thinks he murdered his best friend because his best friend turned into an asswipe. He's essentially been banished to the Dune Sea to babysit his best friend's offspring to make sure said offspring doesn't become another nut job. He's not going to be in the best mental condition in Kenobi. Yes. I'm talking about Kenobi. So I could very well see these two either having the Force connections that were established in TLJ, like literally sitting there and conversing through the Force, seeing each other, or Obi-Wan lamenting or remembering good parts of Anakin in the past. Yeah, I think any shots we get of Hayden unmasked will be of Anakin and Obi-Wan as brothers, the good times they had. Because I think a lot of reasons Hayden's going to be used is to highlight how much Ben loved that man, how much Anakin meant to him, and how much Kenobi is still reeling over the fact that he watched his best friend and brother betray him, his order, kill his friends, this, that, and the other thing. So that's why Hayden was brought back. Not to be in the armor, but for flashbacks. Yeah,
and look, you know, if Vader was going to play a minimal part in this series, they wouldn't have brought back Hayden.
Right.
Like, they specifically called it, like, if this was going to be solely focused on Kenobi and then Vader was going to be like this side character that you see, you know, five seconds here, 5 seconds there, they wouldn't have brought back Hayden. So in my opinion, Vader, even in the mask, in the suit, and if Hayden is in the suit, he's going to play a major part in this series. Like, there's no way that you bring back Hayden Christensen for essentially a nothing role. Like, that's a pretty big deal. Right. To have him back in the suit.
I mean, Stunt Buddy made a good point. It's like, I mean, why Hayden if he's not out of the armor? He should have realized that before he asked the question, because it's a dumb question.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, even if you get a scene like we saw him in the back to tank.
Yeah, Tones just said that. I honestly, Tones, I want that more than just seeing long hair, curly boy Anakin. Yeah. I want to see Vader suffering outside of his armor. I want a clear image of it. I don't want any camera tricks. I don't want any quick cuts to where you don't see the fucking face. I want to see his destroyed body. In fact, like, I want to hear his thoughts. Maybe he even is talking when he's meditating. That, to me, would be better than any sort of flashback featuring Hayden. I want to see the devastated form of Anakin Skywalker. Not the armor. We all love him in his armor. I want to see the broken shell. Literally, he's a lump. He has one fucking arm. That's it. That's all he has. Everything else is fake. He has lumps and robotics. So I want to see him deconstructed and actually act out a scene, not just like quick, ooh, there it was, and then it's gone.
Dude, I really hope that now that Hayden is back officially, he's in the fold. I hope that Kenobi can turn into a proper Vader series with him there, with Hayden.
It'd be nice
starring as Vader.
I mean, Kev's got another great point. Ahsoka would be a good character for this series, either in flashbacks or present time. I mean, did she ever visit Kenobi on Tatooine? Did she know Kenobi made it out? Does Kenobi know Ahsoka made it out? And now that she is live action, she easily could come in. I mean, if they did flashbacks, as Kev's saying here, the whole Rosario thing may not work, but I'm sure they could figure things out. So, I mean, getting the Hayden confirmation as Vader was everything. We knew Kenobi was coming. We knew it was going to be fucking awesome. I mean, it's Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan Kenobi again. Not on green screen sets, on actual stuff that I think is going to make his portrayal of the character even greater than it was in the 3 prequel movies. But having Vader there, in particular Hayden, just that is the cherry on top.
Yeah, it's the perfect complement to this series. It's something that was desperately needed, and that, you know, fans like we've been calling for years, for years, to get him back in the fold and get him back in either the suit or as Anakin in some way. So it's perfect. And like, as the investors call was going on, like Matt was saying, I was literally just like in our Slack channel typing like 3-line notes to myself to get ready for the post. And when this came up, I was like, all caps, Hayden back as Vader. Oh my God, it's fucking happening. I was losing my mind.
I'm excited too. We all busted his balls because let's be real. I mean, the young Anakin and what he was given to deliver outside of his murdering of Tusken Raiders and then his little rant about that to Padme wasn't the greatest delivery of Anakin Skywalker. But was all that Hayden's fault? Absolutely not. He was working with what he was given. He was working with the technology at the time, acting against nothing. Literally no sets, but a bunch of fucking blue or green sheets everywhere. So I'm happy for him that he's going to kind of get it's going to be a redemption moment for him.
Dude, you're going to have him working with Deborah Chow, who is the director of this entire series. And that in itself will be an improvement, because we know from actors, we know from just stories of the set that while George is an imaginative and impressive creator of story, he is not the best director of actors.
And that's fine. He can't be everything. I mean, for Christ's sakes, the guy dreamed up the entire galaxy. I know I've been harder on him than anyone else, but he can't do it all, and that's fine. None of us really can do it all. So George gave us everything. He may have fumbled the directing a little bit and how he handled the actors in the prequels, but whatever. We got the Clone Wars, cleaned all those up. I'm happy now. I can accept the PT as somewhat legitimate Star Wars, so I'm cool. But I think this, I'm hoping Hayden in this is going to do again what the Clone Wars final season did for me in Revenge of the Sith, and just bolster it, make it feel a little more natural, make it really just make more sense that he would make that turn. And I think Hayden is not going to waste this opportunity to play in the Star Wars universe again, and hopefully make it for him much more memorable. And hopefully a much better fan reception for this turn.
And look, I don't want to, I don't know what Hayden's, desire is to get back into Hollywood, but a good performance here could really catapult him back into stardom, and relative stardom.
I'd assume, Nick, he's waiting, because I mean, up until this, I'm pretty sure he's been making direct to DVD type of shit.
Yeah, like he hasn't really been in anything big or notable.
He hasn't been in a fucking real movie since 2004. No, what was the one he did? The superhero
Takers.
One.
So he was in Takers, which is 2010, which was like a heist movie. That he was in Jumper in 2008.
That's the one I saw. Jumper was in my mind, his last real movie.
Really his last one, where he was like Takers, he was playing like a side role. It was a very odd cast. It was like a bunch of rappers in that movie.
So it's not good. It was probably, again, direct to Kmart or direct to Walmart bin.
This was like Chris Brown was in it, Hayden, and then Matt Dillon.
This is the biggest thing that's happened to this man since Star Wars. So
and
once
if
again,
you look at everything else, man, it's a lot of small
but I do
stuff,
like it, and hopefully they'll take advantage of having Darth Vader on screen. Hopefully we'll get some Darth Vader action. I know the title of this series is Obi-Wan Kenobi, but I think the fact that they're bringing the big guy back with Hayden, they're doing that on purpose. They're doing that to build out the character a bit more, to maybe reflect on his past a bit more. But I do hope, and I don't doubt that we will see it, but another Rogue One inspired Vader massacre has to happen.
I hope so.
And I know there's been some rumblings. I forget it was Ewan or Hayden said this, but we're gonna mix it up again, essentially hinting that the characters will duel, and obviously that gets the lore hounds out there like, well, on the Death Star, Vader said, "At last we meet again, master and apprentice type of shit," and blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, maybe they meet in the Force. Maybe they fight in the Force like Rey and Kylo were doing. Yeah, and so what? Also, maybe if they do have a dust up 10 years later, I mean, maybe that's what Vader's saying. Like, hey, you still were able to kick my ass as Darth Vader, but now I finally learned my lesson and I'm going to kill you this time.
Yeah, exactly. Like, just because, Vader never says, he says, I haven't felt this presence since, and that was it.
Yeah, he just
walked away. He didn't say, since he threw me in a lava.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, and that's what it is, because we didn't know about Kenobi, but Kenobi could fill in some of that since about 10 years ago on Tatooine.
Yeah, since whatever. Exactly. Like, it doesn't have to be that. Yes, that's what it was meant at the time, but you can play around with it because it's so ambiguous. Kenobi production starts March 2021.
All right, so I'm saying if there's a dust up, which we're getting here from Bat saying that Ewan was the one that said it, so that is going to happen. I'm saying it's either through the Force, Rey Kylo style, or literally they have a dust up on Tatooine and Kenobi kind of once again shows him like, hey, dude, maybe if you weren't so fucking angry and had your head screwed on straight, you could beat my aging ass.
Yeah, it's like, look, man, I know that you're more machine than man now, but I still can do some pretty good shit. Because let's be real,
man. So. This is only, 10 years after his turn? Vader's still squishy. Like, in his head, he's still fucked up. I mean, the Vader run now is taking place after ESB, and Palpatine hacked him to pieces for being a pussy. So it's doable.
It's definitely possible. And it is funny to think, I really want to see how they're going to make Ewan look in this, because you got to go from basically this time, 9 years later, he looks like Alec Guinness.
Yeah, it's odd. I mean, you just got to say Dune C's rough on a body. I mean, look what it did to Boba Fett. I mean, he threw on a gut. His face got all fucked up. He shaved his head.
Yeah.
I mean, it is wonky. I mean, Alex Kenobi, I think people said he only should have been in his 60s or something.
Yeah,
and not look half dead.
Yeah, took the aging a little harder than expected.
That's what happens when you create something that lasts over 40 years. You're going to get into that type of shit when people are still creating in your sandbox after you started it, 40 plus years ago. So kudos, George.
Not everything can line up perfectly.
We gotta have a little imagination here or there.
Yeah, they'll do their best. So the next up was the sizzle reel for Bad Batch.
All right,
and Matt,
we'll switch over there to where we got some screens to check out. A very quick breakdown. We're not going to do a full Mando deal here, hopefully. I guess first and foremost, I thought the sizzle reel was excellent. I think this is going to be just as good, if not better, than Clone Wars, because it is Clone Wars. I mean, even the way they melted the logo from Clone Wars to Bad Batch was a tip of the hat. Name might be changing, but this is an extension. This is what happens after the fact. This is Reign of the Empire, essentially the origins of that storytelling. Yeah. All right, so first up, we get a very clear shot, and Nick made this prediction, even though other Star Wars fan predictors are. It's crazy. I mean, I should save this for Mando, but remember last week, our guy right here. I wish I could have said it because I think it was a fucking fantastic fan speculation. But Nick said Gideon is en route or will be on Camino by the time the heroes get to him. and it has nothing to do with what we're talking about now, but it just came to my mind. Star Wars Theory, we respect him here, even though he runs with the SWT abbreviation, kind of stealing our shit. But he was there before us, so we can't really fuck with him. But he's been like putting out these insane videos, like, oh, he's great. He always does great work, great details, backs up with references and shit. But he's like taking screenshots of the map we saw Mandalorian and overlaying it on existing galaxy maps of Star Wars. He's like, well, depending on the solar winds at the time, I believe Gideon could have been passing over Pisana en route to here or here. So I think he'll either be on Nar Shaddaa, Camino, or Pisana. And I'm like, well, our guy Nick called it. You don't have to worry about it. It's going to be Camino. So
yeah, the only planet that makes sense out of those three is really Camino. But I mean, look, we've been wrong a lot before, but I'm pretty confident, given all of the hints leading up to this particular finale, that Camino would be the best place.
It's a natural fit. That's where Pershing's probably at. Obviously, they need the science to do what they got to do to grow.
The cloning facility, like, he's actively working on this project. Right. Like, he's going through testing trials. He's using all of these test subjects and all the shit that's happening. You think that he's just on some random ass Imperial installation somewhere out in the middle of nowhere? Right. This motherfucker is on Camino, where they have a full blown cloning facility where he used to work. Like,
so
of course
everyone, I know we're talking about Bad Batch, but I just had to put it out there. If it does happen, make sure to tell your friends where you heard it first. I always see it like throughout the week, like a fan podcast or a Star Wars fan site will go viral for something that usually Nick and I say, yet we never, we still have not. No one gives a fuck. And I get it. I mean, what are we talking about here? We want accolades for predicting fake science fiction shit. But it seems other Star Wars fans have gotten them. So I'm not going to stop in my quest to get said accolades. So if we hit on the Camino shit, I want a fucking ticker tape parade.
I don't know. Maybe we just need to, like, even though we miss on 99%, maybe after every episode of the podcast where we put out predictions, we just need to do like a prediction roundup fucking post or video and say, hey,
but then that would require us to actually remember what we say on this stupid show.
Yeah, we do have to.
We almost need to hire another intern that whenever we drop a prediction, they write it down in a secret file. And then when it's time, we open said secret file and see how stupid we really are.
Yep.
I like it. Anyone listening out there, start writing down our predictions, please. And knowing our fan base, no one's going to write down predictions. So. But anyways, back to the Bad Batch. So, I mean, it looks like our friends, they're headed to Camino. And honestly, throughout the sizzle reel in my breakdown, I believe these are going to be either the first episode or second episode, because it seems like the Empire, or Palpatine's Empire, is recalling all the clones to Camino, either for a mass death or to be repurposed into other hit squads. They're headed back there. We get our first shot of Echo in his gear. We get him without his helmet. He's kind of whipping that Lobot look these days, thanks to what the Techno Union did to his ass. Then you got Rambo, obviously leading there. Hunter, Crosshairs, Wrecker, and with Tech is the other one, I think.
Tech. Yeah, Tech.
This shot, the reason I got this shot up here, if you're on the live stream, I mean, it almost looks like they're on Felucia. I doubt that's it.
I was going to say, it kind of does have that Felucia big floor.
But I'm assuming it's going to open. They're still going to be fighting, not knowing that the Clone Wars have ended. It's going to be kind of like any other war where you're out there on the fringes. Just because the powers that be shake hands doesn't mean that the grunts know that the war has ended. So they'll probably still be fighting against the Seps when we first tune into the Bad Batch, and then we'll get the Order 66 call, the fall of the Republic, so on and so forth. But here we get to see Echo's helmet there on the far left. So like the other Bad Batchers, a completely unique armor set. I mean, yes, they all have their own unique abilities. Some are even shaped differently than the other clones. But these are the only clones that everyone has their own unique armor, again, setting them apart. Here, again, back on Kamino, it looks like they're going to return to the American Gladiator training room that they all used. I mean, we saw this, I believe, in the first season where we first meet the named clones, right? Fives, Echo, they're all in here getting their asses kicked because none of them are working together. So that was a nice little callback. Looks like they're going to be doing some reminiscing on Kamino in Bad Batch.
Yeah, makes sense.
Again, we see Hunter here with a bunch of clean clones and the Kamino security clones. So just reinforcing the point that they are going to be on Kamino to listen to the I have reorganized everything into a galactic empire. Right? So they get that big message. It looks like they're going to be going to a planet again. Who knows who's sending them on missions throughout the series? I'm assuming they're probably going to have an insider, maybe a senator, maybe it's Bail. But you're going to have to think at some point in time they're going to realize that shit is getting funky with their brethren, with the new empire, with the emperor, so on and so forth. So maybe they start going out doing missions. But, you know, Nick mentioned this when I couldn't see it, but we get the light whips returning to Star Wars.
Canon, or I think like entry into new canon for the light whip. So that was pretty cool.
All right. So, hey, Mr. Zesko, thanks for joining, buddy. I guess we probably should have told you that this show's a little bit longer than it used to be. I believe he tuned in for his top 5 stuff, but
that will be later in the show. But thank you.
He's in Spain and it's time to go to bed. It's like our buddy Tones, man.
Tones, we do not have an episode run for Bad Batch.
No, I mean if it's going to model kind of what they're doing with limited runs, I'm guessing 12. I mean that's what they did with Clone Wars. That's what Nikki's telling us they did with Andor. So I would say 12, unless they're going to turn it into a series. You gotta love Rambo. I mean, just straight up Rambo. So I threw him in there. This shot, I'm not going to talk about it, but it looks like at some point in time we're going to have this clone trooper hit squad being sent out. And it's the clones you've been seeing that have the green visors, kind of like Commander Gree. Obviously not Commander Gree. He was separated from his noggin by Grandmaster Yoda in Revenge of the Sith. But this guy with the big, turret gun, he shows up a few times. And another one that I'm going to kind of speculate on who I think that is, just based on some internet rumblings I've been reading.
Okay.
But here we go. This is the big Kamino speech, like Galactic Empire. That shit.
Yep.
I think this is where the Bad Batch is gonna be like, oh fuck.
Yeah, they're like uh-oh.
What's this lunatic up to?
Yeah. Some sort of aquatic suit here.
Another shot of Echo in his gear. You've all pimped out. All right, here we go, Nick. This one here. So the word is this clone that we see in this sizzle reel that has kind of the darker blue, if not washed out black looking armor. Yeah. Apparently this is Commander Cody.
Oh, wow.
And
okay.
Commander Cody, again, as you can see, Nick, his followers, they have these special green visors. Hell, they could be other named clones. But apparently he's going to be the main foil for the Bad Batch. So like him and his special force, it's looking like they're going to be the ones that will be clashing with our heroes, which we all assume are probably going to be like, oh shit, we can't get mixed up in this. We got to do the right thing for our brothers that live, this, that, and the other thing. But it looks like Cody, unfortunately, is going to become an antagonist.
Yeah, makes sense.
Fennec, I think this was a big surprise for everybody.
Yeah, when I saw this live, I was like, holy shit, Fennec's in this series for sure.
So we're getting...
This is definitely Fennec.
So here's Dave doing a reverse of what he just did on Mandalorian, where he introduced an animated character into the reel. Now he is taking a character that started in the reel and bringing them into animated. And I love it. I love these threads. Like just this one character now ties this show, The Bad Batch, to The Mandalorian, to the original trilogy, all that fun stuff. So I thought it was fantastic.
Building history. I love building character history over multiple
Because at this point in
series.
time, you would think she's just now making her name as one of the Empire's most deadly assassins.
Exactly. I mean, that's something that we heard about from her in the episode on Tython where she's like, she kind of mentions she had a shady back history and now she's trying to redeem herself, both her and
right.
Boba.
So I'm thinking Fennec alongside the rumored Cody trooper, they're going to be the main antagonists for the Bad Batch in the series.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe Fennec, again, she's more like a merc. If they can help her out, maybe she will work with the Bad Batch, but I have a feeling she'll be there to kind of fuck with them via the Empire.
Yeah.
This was interesting. I mean, we have, I guess you call them white troopers here. I mean, you got these...
Yeah, not dark troopers.
They're a white model dark trooper, and if you look at the scenery here, it looks like while the Bad Batch is on Kamino...
Yeah,
shit's gonna go down to where, like I said, they're either just gonna murder all the clones at once. Like, this is part of Palpatine's plan. Those of you that know the EU and clone stories may know it better if they tap into that. I don't know if Palpatine just murdered them all. I would assume he did, because we didn't see a lot of the clones. Plus, he made the decision to scrap all the Republic war machines, so it's like he just wanted to erase that era.
A reset.
Yeah, but at some point in time, they're going to become hunted, and it looks like they're in the very training room that they would have started their careers in on Kamino, getting hunted down by these white-painted Dark Trooper bots.
Yep.
Yeah. People in the chat are over here getting off on Ming-Na Wen. I mean, yeah. The Asian genes, they've tapped into superpowers for centuries that none of us know about.
Yeah, it's incredible that she's 57.
They just do. The way they live, I mean, I don't know if she's a Buddhist or any of that shit, not that it matters, but just the way they live, the way they meditate, the way they work on their mind, body, soul connection. Asian people never look like they age.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a superpower.
It is. I imagine that she will voice Fennec in the series.
You would think so.
She has a long-standing relationship with Disney. I mean, going back to Mulan, the original.
Right?
Mulan.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it wasn't. Isn't that Ming-Na's like big thing before Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and all that? She voiced Mulan.
She voiced Mulan. She was. I mean, like she did a couple. She was Chun-Li in the Street Fighter movie with JVD.
Ah, yeah. Those quality movies. Yes, Jean-Claude's. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fantastic.
But yeah, I mean, she was in some small stuff leading up to it. But it was basically Chun-Li in Street Fighter was 95, and then Mulan was 98, and then from there.
Right. I mean, up until Mando, I think her biggest pop culture run was Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah, which was, almost, it was
7 seasons, and highly recommended to watch now that it's all on Netflix. It actually was really a pretty good TV show.
Yeah, over 100 episodes. Well worth it. It is a really well done series. Starts off a little slow, but gets really good.
It goes all over the place. It ties into the MCU events a bit. It is fun. All right, we'll let the people in the chat here finish wheeling themselves off. The Ming-Na Wen. Yes, boys, she is a prize. It just goes to show it pays to take care of your mind, body, and soul. All right, Nick, it looks like we're for sure going to Braca.
Mm-hmm.
We get 2 shots, and the second one confirms it's Braca because you literally see 2 people. They're a little blurred out, but over on the right side of the screenshot here, wearing the exact same uniform that Cal was wearing in Fallen Order.
Do we get the Kestis tie?
Yeah, I mean you could see Cal in this series. And like Big Amish is saying, I agree. I think we will get some Gregor and Wolf resolution in Bad Batch. How did they get out? How did they get their chips off? How did they end up with Santa Claus Rexy Boy on that repurposed Clone Wars era walker on a desert planet, right?
Yep.
So yeah, again, it's all the world building has just gotten so damn excellent since Disney, I said it, has taken over. You've got to love them tying in the games to the cartoons, the live action to cartoons, cartoons to live action, cartoons to games. That's why I won't be surprised if Cal shows up on Friday. This is what they're doing. This is the plan now, and I am okay with it. Here's this guy again. All right. I believe he is a part of Cody's hit squad, if that is going to be Cody. And we think it is. Fans want resolution with the named clones. Mm-hmm. We pretty much have it for all of them at this point. Outside of Cody, it's really it, right?
Yeah.
And I guess Echo to see
much.
like what truly happens with Bad Batch.
Yeah, like now that he's a part of the Bad Batch and stuff. But yeah, name clones outside of Rex.
Right. I mean, like, most of them die in just standard Clone Wars. We know Gregor, Wolf, and Rex make it all the way up through Rebels and possibly beyond. But Cody, obviously, I think he has to be put to bed because he was a big name clone. If you get Hot Toys made of you, you're an important motherfucking Star Wars character. So.
Apparently so, yeah.
Fennec again, nothing much to say there. Wrecker, he's probably my favorite because he's a big oaf. He reminds me of like 1980s Arnold Schwarzenegger action guy.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
This shot here, and this is where I think the Bad Batch is going to know, like, what the fuck's wrong with all you people? Because Crosshair looks like he's getting a little angry at other clones in a Camino like lunchroom or something. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you people?
Yeah, it's like, what do you mean this is, like, this is probably right after that speech.
Here's a better shot of who we're thinking is Cody's hit squad. You see him like literally just coming, the doors drop, they're walking up. This is going to be, like I said, probably Fennec, and these guys are going to be the main adversaries for our 5-man Bad Batch. Mm-hmm. And yes, there are 5 now because of Echo.
Echo's
like I said at the outset here, I do believe we'll pick up with a Clone Wars battle that they'll be like, hey, assholes, it's over. And then that's how we'll see them transition to Camino because we have a full-on battle scene going right here between Seps and the Republic. And there we go. We're going to end. Tarkin will be in Bad Batch, which makes complete sense. He was in Clone Wars. He was the dickhead that led to all the shit that happened with Ahsoka. Yep. That's the type of guy he is. And I just wonder, is Tarkin going to be the one that kind of, not that he's going to tell Bad Batch, but the shit that he's asking them to do may be where Hunter's like,
that we can't do this.
What?
Yeah.
What, dude? No, we're out.
Essentially, if they give them the order, like, hey, you're hunting Jedi now, like, they're gonna probably
something like that, or like, hey, you need to go kill a bunch of clones,
senators or something,
right?
Yeah, some shit that they would know as non-brainwashed clones, like, hey, this probably isn't good.
And I could be completely wrong. Maybe they do. I'm just going with the Bad Batch never got the chips because literally they are a bad batch of clones. Like they're outcasts. They were specifically kept because of their deformations in the cloning process, either mentally or physically.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm thinking they never even had the chips, but we'll find out. So there's our light breakdown of the Bad Batch. So back to the other reveal. He reveals here.
Yeah, so everything up to this point we've kind of heard about already. Bad Batch we knew, Obi, Andor, and then there were hints of this Rangers of the New Republic with the potential Cara Dune thing, and then the Ahsoka series all was out there in some way, shape, or form.
Real quick, I want to hit that guy DZ. Nick, you had a good question here. Do you think we'll see any Jedi deaths in Bad Batch?
Oh, almost certainly.
Yeah, maybe not.
Almost certainly.
Maybe not iconic, but
yeah, I mean, you may see like some of the Jedi that were in Clone Wars for a bit get killed off. I don't think we ever saw Luminara die.
Yeah.
I know that Luminara's voice was one of them that Rey heard at the end of Tross.
They could maybe unfuck Shaak T's demise too.
Yeah, because that is not
because it was shot for Revenge of the Sith, where Anakin was supposed to wipe her out, but then was cut. So does it exist or not? So yeah, the guy DZ, definitely. I think we'll get some Jedi deaths. It may not be like major ones, but some of the ancillary. Some of the no-namers, just like when we watch Clone Wars, it'd be like, oh, hey, here's a bunch of Padawans. There's Joe Schmo, Flo Blow, and Soho. And we're like, all right, cool, they're Jedi. Oh, there's Cal Kestis. Okay, he's a Jedi. Could be like that too. Not Cal, but just it's a Jedi. It gets wasted.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Visions.
Visions is a very interesting initiative here by Disney. It is. Now, I almost am 100% certain this is what Kathy said. She said it's 10 short anthology films created by 10 different Japanese anime studios that will show the Star Wars universe in a different light.
Okay.
So an anime style,
Yes.
10 anime style short films for Star Wars.
Here's what I think this is and why I'm so excited for this. I mean, first and foremost, I guess I just love everything Asian at this point. I really do. I love the Asian culture. I love their art forms. Those Galaxy Adventure shorts done in that anime style. I mean, how fucking rad did those look, people? Dude, those look so awesome. I mean, they'd only be 2 minutes. We're all like, man, tell the whole damn movie in that type of style. But Nick, what I was going to say, I think this Visions is going to be just like the Animatrix for the Matrix series, or there was I forget the name of it, but there was a Halo Blu-ray put out. It was a compendium of shorts set in the Halo universe, all worked on by different artists. Okay. And I'm hoping that's what this is, because the Animatrix, Nick, I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah, I have.
It was like DVD. 10 episodes that filled in some pre-Matrix stuff, some post-Matrix.
Culminated with Flight of the Osiris.
Yeah, it was really well done. You got different art styles in everyone, different visuals, different stories, and it enhanced the world of Matrix. It told some stories outside of the 3 main movies, soon to be 4. I loved seeing it done in the cartoons. You can get a little more violent in the cartoon space. I'm sure that's not going to be the case here, but that's kind of what I'm thinking this could be. How about you? I mean,
No, I really like that play on it. And at first I kind of was going in the direction that you were, where it's almost like retelling like tales in a different style, almost like what you would see in Ghosts, where you would go to those, the storytellers, the musicians, and they would tell you this tale, and it was a tale that that potentially
exactly.
Jin Sakai already.
At first,
knew,
I was like, why is Nick talking about a Patrick Swayze movie? But I was like, he's talking about Tsushima. Okay.
Yeah, in Ghost of Tsushima. So I was thinking of it like that, but I would like it if it was kind of new stories, new little pieces,
and that's what I'm saying.
Fill in gaps.
Right. I want new stuff, but I want each of these 10 to be completely different in how they're told, how they look, everything.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're going for with the 10 different studios that will be doing it.
So that's really all they said. I mean, there's no release for this outside. It's going to be on Disney Plus at some point in time.
Exactly. Next up is big. So this is Lando live action, starring Donald Glover, created by Justin Simien. I know that Justin Simien's name was thrown out as a potential creator at some point somewhere online, but there was nothing actually attached to him, unless it was wrong, because there was never, from my understanding, any rumors about a Lando series. So live action Lando series featuring Donald Glover, created by Justin Simien, coming to Disney Plus. There's no other news on it in terms of episode, number of episodes or release, but it is happening. This is something that we speculated on a lot, Matt, because after TROS, there was a lot of rumors out there about the potential of this Janna character sticking around, and then also Billy D still being in Star Wars. We don't know, in some form or fashion.
Nothing was said about Billy though yet, right?
No. And one of the things that we speculated on was having a series with Billy and Janna, but it's it's almost like a familial type series where he's telling Janna his story, his upbringing and how he became one of the most famous smugglers in the underworld and all these different things that he did to get his reputation. So it could be Billy relaying those stories to Janna, but you see it acted out by Donald's Lando.
Well, I mean, I think I put this out there before, so I'll do a little chest bump on this, but I said it could be, the Lando Chronicles come to life.
Yeah, exactly.
Where, maybe old Lando's bumbling around in his apartment. He flicks on his recorder, and there you see Donald Glover. He's like, hey, he's doing his talk from Solo. And then, as Nick said, it just either he's relating the tales to Janna or he's reminiscing, and we do that. And he goes back, and there we go. Donald is Lando, and we're going to get some of the tales told of young Lando that made it into the Calrissian Chronicles.
Yes. So very cool. I like that they're sticking with the young Lando, because I think everybody really did enjoy his portrayal.
That's what we're thinking, Bat. Like Billy would be the narrator. I mean,
yes,
he'd be the
Billy,
one delivering the story. It's kind of the same setup Nick wants. If we're going to get the Boba Fett thing, which wasn't revealed, I mean, maybe they're holding a few cards to the chest, or maybe Boba's just sticking in Mandalorian, and that's fine too. Maybe we'll get a flashback there.
Yeah, but I mean, that's
what Nick was saying. If we're going to get a Boba prequel, it would come from the eyes of cool Boba, and then it would flash back to Bozo,
the kid, the younger,
everybody's favorite
version. So Lando coming from Justin Simeon. Next up, this was a big reveal, because this is something that we had heard about. Leslie Headland was officially announced as a creator for Star Wars, and now it is revealed that she is doing a live action mystery thriller set in the High Republic timeline called The Acolyte.
Which has some dark side hints to it, right?
Definitely so. So this is said to be set in the final days of the High Republic era. So we're already getting content created to end the High Republic era as it is starting in January.
So what are they going to call that timeline then, Nick? Is that's right into the Fall of the Jedi or what?
Post High Republic? I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's one of those things where you're going to have to come up with a new name for these timelines as they spawn, because you've essentially introduced a new time period starting in January, and you're already planning its end.
So you think, I mean, just based on the name, the mystery, the thriller, all this fun stuff,
this has to be dark side.
Right. Like this is the Sith kind of resurging in the galaxy. Something obviously probably happens during the High Republic where maybe the High Republic is why the Jedi become so arrogant. Maybe they deal with the threat of the Nihil and they're like, hey, fuck, that was really not that big a deal. We're fucking awesome. We're Jedi. We're Jedi. We're smarter than this. That type of shit.
Dude, if you think about it, we don't know how old Palp is. I mean, yes, he had a human body that looked like he was in his 50s, 60s, something like that when we first met him in
Contra time,
in TPM. But the Acolyte could very well be. This is supposed to be, a primarily female cast. If you remember from like the announcement of the show, the Acolyte is almost solely tied to Sith,
right,
in dark side Force users in terms of their titles. So you could see potentially the rise of Darth Plagueis here. You could see a lot of different things play out to lead into the long game that leads into the eventual
that's a good point. I mean, maybe whoever we meet here does have a direct tie down the line to Palpatine. Maybe we'll see Palpatine's mom and she'll have sex with a clone Palpatine dad, and then he'll become Rey Palpatine. Yeah,
it's very possible. But I like this series. I like the direction that it's going in. Specifically,
but Nick, a girl is doing it. How could you like it?
You know it's going to be bad because it's female-led and directed.
People are so fucking stupid.
It's hard to say that without laughing. But this is potentially the first piece of Star Wars content that we'll ever get to be focused on the darker side of it, to be focused on the bad characters.
Like the whole thing is just bad.
Characters.
Like a good episode of The Acolyte is how many people they killed. For us, a good episode of The Mandalorian is making sure Grogu doesn't get fucked up. And this show is going to be like, all right, how many good guys have you murdered?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of good potential here. And the thing is we can't even speculate on it.
Yeah, Tones, it would not be Revan unless they completely blow up his non-canon story. It's too far forward.
Revan is like, in terms of like old canon, Revan was like 3,500 years before
thousands and thousands.
The actual movie events from the original trilogy. So,
I'm with you, man. This one,
200.
This and Visions, I think we know the least about, like where they could go. I mean, they literally could go anywhere. The other ones, we have ideas, right? Lando, okay. We pretty much know where that's going to go. Bad Batch, we know where that's going to go. Kenobi, we know where that's going to go. Rangers, Ahsoka, they told us where those are going to go. Acolyte, we have no fucking clue. no idea. And that's the shit that gets me excited. I mean, in Star Wars, to think about something that we've never seen before, like there's nothing to compare it to.
Yeah, like you can't even begin to formulate speculation because you don't know any of the characters who are in play. The only character that we know anything about from the High Republic era is Yoda, but we don't know anything about Yoda pre-Grand Republic, pre-prequel trilogy timeline. So like all of these characters that are going to be introduced to us through the novels in this show, we're not going to know anything about them.
Yoda 100% is viable for the Acolyte, by the way.
Yeah, he could definitely be
not the Acolyte, but he could be in the show. He would be there. I mean, hell, that would be probably when he becomes the man.
Yeah, like he becomes
because they're telling us in High Republic era that Yoda's Yoda. He's still pretty fucking old, but he's not. He
was not a Grand Master.
He's not Pimp Daddy Magoo. Yeah. All right.
Mm-hmm. So
all right, the other one here, Droid Story. This one's going to be animated.
Yeah, this is Lucasfilm Animation and ILM working together. It says featuring a new droid hero accompanied by R2-D2 and C-3PO. No release date on the Acolyte, no release date on this. But this is definitely more of like a child-oriented style.
Which means I'll watch it and love it and probably do a stupid video on it.
Yeah, so new droid hero.
I watch all Resistance and I still say it's a damn good story. I mean, honestly, it's the most cohesive. What's the age now? The Rise of the First Order.
Rise of the First Order.
Story we got. I mean, it's 2 seasons and they actually like tell a cohesive tale.
Yeah, so
whatever, man. It's Star Wars. I don't care if it's droids or not. I will watch it and I will like it. I've already watched the Lego Holiday Special at least 2 or 3 times, and I'm the one that starts it, not my 4-year-old. So there.
There you go. There you go.
Fucking love that. The Lego Holiday Special is excellent.
I still need to watch it.
You haven't seen it yet? Well, I mean, it's good you saved it. I mean, it is kind of Thanksgiving oriented, but Christmas works too. I'll be watching it Christmas Eve. Why not?
So a Droid Story closes out all the Disney Plus
right. So
reveals.
Let's count them: Droid Story 1, Acolyte 2, Lando 3, Visions 4, Bad Batch 5, Kenobi 6, Andor 7, Ahsoka 8, Rangers 9.
I mean, Matt is right. There was only 9 revealed. I mean, and Bob said 10. Like, he was very clear.
Yes, dude, it says 10 everywhere. Like, the press releases said 10. So Mando has to be it.
Unless there's just one that they're holding back on. Like you said, maybe they didn't drop everything yet.
Well, I mean, according to KRT, they did not, because they still haven't hit on KRT's Rebels animated sequel, even though they may just address that stuff in the Ahsoka show now. They also didn't hit on another thing. The Boba Fett prequel. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people thinking Fett's toast come Friday.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see it, but I could see Fett and Fennec transitioning into the Rangers series. Yeah. Like, if you have that series and you're building it, why would you nuke one of your potential stars for it? But who knows? I mean, if we go to, like I said, if we go to Camino, that is like the shock moment for Fett, because he's gonna find out he's a clone.
That would be great, and I'm hoping Fett doesn't go, because they still owe us how he survived. And if you take him out now, I don't know how you weave that in the next season.
Yeah, I mean, unless Rangers goes back, but it wouldn't even make sense then, because Fett was essentially lost to the galaxy.
The only way we learn Fett's backstory is if there is a specific series for it, or he continues on in Mando, and one day they're sitting on the slave and they're like, "Hey, man, so what were you up to 7 years ago?"
Yeah, no, it's like, what happened?
Well, I flew into the side of Jabba's sail barge and rolled into a Sarlacc pit, and somehow I got out. And we need to know that. We do.
Yeah, I think we're owed that. So
all right, so that's all the Disney Plus stuff, as Nick was saying, but that was not it. They were not done yet. They finally, and this is me. I mean, I'm always the movie guy. Not that I hate what we're getting on the TV slate. I mean, my God, let's be real, people. Outside of the OT birthing Star Wars for us, what we're getting in The Mandalorian is the best Star Wars storytelling of all time. Okay? May not be a popular take. I'm not shitting on the OT. I love them. I mean, that's what I grew up on. That's why I am a Star Wars fan. But if you want to sit down there and get into like a film class, I have a good feeling people are going to tell you like, nah, what they're doing in The Mandalorian, that is expert storytelling and world building. So the TV shit's fantastic, but obviously the movie is where everything started. So we got two, and one was a complete fucking surprise.
Yeah, the first announcement here was that Patty Jenkins of Wonder Woman fame will be directing a Rogue Squadron movie.
And spoiler alert, it sounds like Patty and Gal fucking killed it again on Wonder Woman. The review embargo was up today at noon East, and my Hootsuite stream was nothing like, fucking the best. DC's excellent. Wonder Woman, Patty, do it again. Rock and roll. So I'm 100% thrilled that this lady is working in Star Wars. Let's just temper expectations. She's commented that just because it's called Rogue Squadron doesn't mean she's going to just remake the games or anything written around Wedge's squad.
Now,
but she said
also,
she will honor those types of threads. Like, this is going to be a new story, but she will honor some of the Rogue Squadron lore. Yeah,
you can't expect them to essentially remake X-Wing or remake any of the books or games. So this is what was said about it by Kathy. She said it's a boundary-pushing, high-speed thrill ride, and this is important for those of you who are trying to tie this to other properties that were already in existence before the canon reset, set in a future era of the Star Wars galaxy. Future era. A new future era has been set about both of these properties.
Okay, so I didn't know.
Patty and Tychus.
She said that for both the movies or the future. It's
still future era.
I get it, man. It's still like, how do you parse that though? Is it our future era of Star Wars or their future era of Star Wars?
That is what's hard to tell because future is so weird. Like, it's ambiguous, and I'm sure that they said that to make it ambiguous because it's like, yes, this movie is coming out in the future. Christmas 2023 is when Rogue Squadron will release. But like, we don't know. Does future refer to 2 years in the future for us? Or
that's what I'm talking about. Like,
or is this like future as in this is happening post-Tross?
I feel like we could English the fuck out of this and still never figure it out.
Yeah, because if you think about it, the way that Tross ends, you essentially have the reformation of some sort of new governmental body, another new republic in a way. And Rogue Squadron is one of those things that is never going, like, that squadron name is never going to die. After it was formed in Rogue One and lived through these eras of Star Wars, like, Rogue Squadron is a permanent fixture in whatever republic governmental body is going to be built. So it's very possible that this does take place after after Rise of Skywalker, given that language that was used.
You would think so. I mean, how far back are we still using X-Wings at this point? I mean, I know she teases it. They had like a dressed up plane on a runway.
Yeah, I would say that she tweeted out something that was actually really kind of touching because she kind of gives her story along with what led to her directing this. And her father was a fighter pilot for the United States military and was killed in action. And she said that she's always dreamed of making a fighter pilot movie. And this was the opportunity that was given to her.
Tone mentioned it here in the chat, but it's probably going to be Top Gun-ish Star Wars, which fucking awesome. Like, okay, sign me up.
Yeah, dude, I'm fucking in.
Sign me up. Please. I just want to see nothing but dogfights and space battles. We don't even have to get deep into character development here. Yeah. I mean, it could be as light as Maverick and Goose. You don't need to know much. Just let's get in the cockpits and fuck shit up.
Yeah, and I mean, again, little is known about this. Rogue Squadron, you can take it and you can try to speculate any which way you want to, but this new future era of Star Wars really kind of throws a wrench in anything that currently exists.
Tones makes another good point. I mean, if you look at the logo, Nick, that is classic era X-Wing.
Yeah,
because the X-Wings in the new trilogy, they don't have the 4 engines. Right.
But if you scrub through, like if you watch her video that I posted in the article on StarWarsTime.net.
Well, you want me to blow up the show?
No, but she puts on a helmet, and it is not like it is the same design as the X-Wing helmets that we see now. The logos and the paint job on it, not even close to Rebellion logos.
Yeah,
not
you know
even
what,
close
man?
to,
Set in the future eras, unless that's how you wrote it, I'm thinking it is. It's going to be beyond. I mean, it could be decades beyond Rey's Star Wars, right?
Yeah, and look, an X-Wing is a relatively timeless design. And look, if this is coming out 3 years from now, they probably don't even have fully rendered X-Wings
just
that
like
will be used in
an
that
intern.
movie.
Like, hey man, grab some stock photos. We got this presentation tonight. Throw one of those fucking X-Wing things on there.
I mean, if you look at, that's a real ass X-Wing that's sitting on that runway. Like, because they have
You're
those.
Teasing me. I can't scrub the video.
You haven't watched it?
Yeah, I have watched it, but I'm not going to watch it now. You keep telling me to watch it. I'm like, wait, you want me to fucking blow up our audio?
Well, no, but like what I'm saying is what's more than likely used here in this tweet from Patty is one of the practical X-Wings that's in Galaxy's Edge.
Okay.
Just to like tease it.
Right.
Like obviously this is and yes, I see what Tones is saying. Like the X-Wing that's embedded into the logo of the movie itself is reminiscent of the X-Wings that you see in the current era, like the Rebellion era of Star Wars. Which I mean, it's possible that they're still using those crafts just later.
Of course.
So I don't know. I mean, the
ships in Star Wars aren't like our shitty vehicles where they just naturally usually blow up after about 10 to 15 years, depending on the maintenance you provide. I mean, the Razor Crest survived many decades to make it into the New Republic timeline. The Falcon's old.
Yeah. Dude,
it's fine.
You know what I would love to see is if this is a new era, if this is a new timeline, new characters, new everything, we don't know anything that's happening in it. Whatever governmental body is being formed or whatever's happening in the galaxy, this movie will essentially tell the story of the reformation of Rogue Squadron and pilots being recruited to it.
Yeah, like a new threat has come in. There's been a peace for a certain amount of time, but a new major threat's come in, and they're like, you know what? We need to fucking fire up the squad again. We read about it, back during the Battle of Exegol and the Battle of Yavin and Endor. They had this Rogue Squadron. Let's fire them back up. And
yeah, like you can literally go through, like, list off the heroes' names that were in Rogue Squadron and all of these different things. I mean, like, fuck, you could even bring in Old Wedge. You can bring in Old Wedge and have him be the guy who runs the squad.
That's the only way you could bring Wedge. And that Rogue Squadron was Wedge's, at least in the games and all that shit. That's kind of what he would do when Luke was out being a pimp. Wedge maintained his street cred by running Rogue. But yeah, you definitely have to set it into the future, and if it's far future, Wedge is fucking dead because he looked half dead in The Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, he was pretty done.
Dennis Lawson is old.
Yeah, so I'm excited about this, man, because this is something that we've never explored in Star Wars theatrical. This is a movie that is more than likely not focused on Force users. More than likely won't even involve Force users. This is going to be completely devoid of lightsaber battles, completely devoid of dark side, light side people fucking force choking each other and stuff like that. This is completely focused on the grunts, the people on the ground fighting the dirty fight for Star Wars. So
very Rogue One. Like, I mean, outside of Chirrut's just attachment to the religion, Vader's badassness at the end. I think Rogue Squadron will live more in the realm of a Rogue One in terms of what you're going to get. It's going to be more about the regular everyday heroes and villains versus the superheroes.
Exactly. So super, super excited about Patty Jenkins coming to Star Wars. Like you said, her resume with the 2 Wonder Woman movies is fantastic. So we know that she can direct this high-flying
she was the first director
action
that showed us that DC live action movies don't have to suck.
Yeah, like oh wow, these can be good.
Yeah, I mean, she did it, and then I still think James Wan's Aquaman's pretty damn good. I mean, for the character, it's a decent movie. Plus, Boba Fett's his dad.
Yeah, I mean, she also directed Monster, which was the Charlize Theron movie where she won Best Actress.
Right. No, she's no fucking joke. Patty's legit, so I think it's going to be excellent. I just hate that we got to wait so long.
3 years.
But this would be the first one, or were they saying 2022?
I don't know. I think that I
think we had it on our YouTube channel or our stupid Facebook. You had that graphic up of the 3 years of movies they were supposed to release.
Let me see if I still have it on our Facebook. All right,
but anyways, the next movie we knew.
It was supposed, so this is going to be the first one because it was supposed to be 2022, 24, 26, but everything got pushed back a year. So it's 23, 25, 27 now.
All right. And it sounds like we know at least Patty and the one we're going to talk about now, Taika's films, are going to be in that first run. Because the way they pitched it, and I'm sure it's changed by now. I mean, every business has had to pivot throughout this nightmare, but it sounded after those 3 movies, then we'd be getting another run of movies, and who knows if it's RJ's, who knows if RJ's even doing the movies anymore. You can even tell from our chat, people still aren't huge fans of Mr. Johnson. I'll disagree on that. I think the guy's a talent. He did what he was asked to do, and the powers that be just kind of let it go. Bob Iger, Kathy Kennedy, they're the ones that everyone should be angry at. They're the ones that asked 3 different artists, hey, you creative types, we know you guys love to group think, right? You never like to do your own thing as an artist. So how about you all write your own fucking scripts for a trilogy, and we'll see how it turns out. And then you get what we got. So it is what it is. But anyways, Taika and Tones had a good kind of description of the logo. He said it looked like the Monty Python logo, and he's right. Like if you look at the Star Wars logo they popped up when Taika's bit was being talked about, it looks like it's from the Stone Age. Like it's cracking apart. As Nick said, it's in this future era of Star Wars. It could be dealing with maybe who the fuck knows. Maybe it's a new type of force, a new type of force user. Maybe we finally do get a true gray Jedi breakout. But I mean, who knows? It sounds like Taika, his is going to be more Star Warsy, right?
Yes, that's going to be more. I don't want to say traditional Star Wars. Like it is more probably Star Wars that we're used to seeing.
Like the magical shit, the space wizards, and maybe more of the mysticism of Star Wars.
Yes, exactly.
So Patty's going for more practical, like true to life, where Taika is probably going for the more mystical, fantastical, and hopefully comical when it makes sense.
Yeah, it's funny because so after, I mean, I think this is, well, no, this wasn't even after the thing, but one of his posts 4 days ago. So it was actually right after the meeting. Star Wars Twitter put out, brand new Star Wars feature with, Taika Waititi in development. Get ready for an unforgettable ride. Taika puts on his Instagram. He says, "What? Ugh, sorry as a longtime fan for Star Wars. I'm so angry about what I'm about to do to ruin it."
He knows the angry fucking trolls he's dealing or will be dealing with. So
yeah, dude, what's interesting? I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna start the speculation train here. 2 people commented on this.
On what?
On Taika's post.
Yeah.
And it was Catherine and Josh Brolin. And is
that just because of the MCU ties, or?
That's what I'm wondering. But like, why would his wife comment on it? Like, it's just, I don't know, man. Is he involved? Is Josh Brolin involved in this property? It wouldn't. I think
you heard it here first. Leaked on the Star Wars Time show. Josh Brolin is bringing Thanos to the Star Wars universe.
The ultimate crossover. Honestly, dude, like on this post, every fucking like so many people comment.
It's probably all his MCU buddies. I mean, he'll have
Juliette Lewis.
He'll have Thor
Mark
in there.
Ruffalo says he's available.
He'll bring back Natalie Portman as a ghost of Padme and female Thor at the same time.
Yeah, no, dude, I can't wait for him to really.
I don't give a shit what Taika does. It's going to be fantastic. I mean, he's a guy. Just after 2 movies, I'm sold on whatever he does. He can. I'll watch whatever he puts out, and I'll probably like whatever he puts out.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the image that is his Star Wars logo. I mean, okay, I see it now. It looks like fucking. Looks like fucking like Monty Python. It does.
Which
it
I
really
mean, he could be doing
Monty
a completely slapstick Star Wars too, and really fucking piss people off.
Dude, he could do that. Could you imagine?
Imagine
if he did that?
Would think it would be fantastic because it's something different. But clearly, if you try to do something different in Star Wars, you're going to get the pitchfork people after you.
Yeah.
But I don't think Taika's someone that gives a flying fuck about what some dude behind a keyboard thinks. And I think he's going to do a very Taika take on Star Wars. And I am highly intrigued by that. Like everyone always complains like, something new, it's all the same. TFA was just a new hope. You guys know that? Did you know that Starkiller Base is basically the same thing as a Death Star? Did you guys see that? It's like, okay. Well, here's a guy we know could do something fucking off the wall. And I guarantee you when he does, the same people are like, why didn't Star Wars do anything fresh and new? We'll be like, this isn't Star Wars. You're not allowed to laugh in Star Wars. You can't have jokes in Star Wars. Not my Star Wars. Fucking mouth breathers.
Yes, Tones. The logo was purple and blue. So yeah, I mean, and here's the thing now. I think Disney is more... It's going to sound weird, but I think that they're more comfortable experimenting in theaters now because of the success of Disney Plus.
Yeah, they're like, hey, if a movie flops, we'll make up its cost in half a month.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter.
I mean, dude, they could fund 2 massively long Star Wars productions with 1 month's Disney Plus revenue.
Yeah, it's nuts, dude.
I mean, Star Wars movies, if you go over, like Solo, the reason that became such a disaster is because it took so long. I believe it almost cost them $300 million to make. But still, that's a half month's rent of Disney Plus.
Yeah, they're just like, we don't give a fuck, dude. As long as we put out this quality content on Disney Plus and keep upping those sub numbers, have fun in theaters.
And you're for damn sure... The fact that they're building all these new volumes, it's not just for Disney Plus. It is a cost-cutting maneuver for the big tentpole productions that used to cost these people $250 million.
Yeah, I think Kathy said that they're building 10 new volumes.
Someone did a great meme as like, it was a meme like that was then, this is now, that stupid shit, whatever that was. But there's literally Favreau doing a pitch on the volume like, oh, it's great. It's just open source tech. Anyone can use it. And then it goes to Kathy at the Disney thing like, yeah, we're going to start licensing this technology to other people to use and blah, blah, blah. Cha-ching!
It's
just like Favreau's like, it's really just fucking video game tech that's been out there and anyone can use it. It's called Unreal Engine 4. But no, Disney's like, no. When we call it the volume... Now it's a technology we created and can license.
License now.
Just why a lot of productions will be going to this based on the COVID nightmare and the fact that it fucking works. You can't tell me that The Mandalorian doesn't look just as good, if not better, than big budget summer blockbuster films.
Yeah,
I mean, it's dead on. It looks better than the prequels. Obviously, the technology wasn't there for the prequels, but you could 100% make a Marvel movie now, a Star Wars movie on a fucking volume set with some LEDs, and that is awesome. Right? Yeah. The cheaper shit is, the more we'll get, my friends. Just keep it at that.
Yeah, very true. So, again, Taika's movie is said to be set in this new future era of Star Wars. So we'll see what happens. There's no other information out there about it.
Vamp on the movie for a second. We're 2 hours in, haven't even got the Mando, and I need to have a clear bladder for the Mando talk. So vamp on Taika for like a minute.
Yeah, so Taika's movie could be the 2025 slot. We assumed that when they announced the 3-movie stagger, the two, the year between them, 2023, 25, 27, that they were going to be interconnected films. But it seems like with Rogue One being Patty's movie, that we're probably moving away from any sort of, sequelized series here for the next 3. So if we have Patty in 2023, we could see Taika in 2025 and then somebody else coming into the 2027 slot, which would also mean that Taika's movie is likely a standalone, like the Rogue One or the Rogue Squadron movie that Patty's making. So, I mean, I'm interested in it. I don't want to go backwards. I know that a lot of people looked at it like, if you look at that logo, that was clearly just some bullshit that's not the official logo for that movie. That's just something that they whipped up that fits Taika's personality. It doesn't have to be that is attached to this movie. If you look at it, if anything, it is basically them taking the psychedelic colors of the Thor Ragnarok presentation and applying that to Star Wars.
All right,
I'm
back. I'm back. The main vein has been drained, and I'm ready to get into some Mando talk.
Yeah, I don't think that logo that they showed was in any way, shape, or form an indication of how the movie
action
is
figure
set.
Neverland, who by the way is action figure noob. He has had a rebirth, Nick.
Oh, okay.
New logo, everything, but he's saying Taika's movie is going to be Broom Boy's story.
It could be.
Broom Boy is a guy from episode 8
TLJ.
For those that don't know what we're talking about. All right, man.
End of TLJ.
We knew this was going to be a power type of cast. I mean, there's no way to avoid it. We had that mega explosion of reveals at the Disney investor call. We've gone through the 9. There's not 10, unless you're counting the Mando. We talked about the movies. But the time has come to do the now infamous Star Wars Time Show deep dive of the most recent episode of The Mandalorian. And we're talking S2E7, a.k.a. The Believer, a.k.a. Chapter 15.
Yes.
We've got to have at least 15 different ways to name every episode of The Mandalorian. All right, dude. The way we do it here, if you're new, just kind of give our general impressions of the episode. Then we'll take a tour through some of the Easter eggs and see what type of conversation springs up from that. And then we'll get into some of the best moments. And you really never know where the tangents will go. Hopefully by the end of this, we will use our speculative powers to predict, nay, I dare say, set in stone, take it to the bank, the events that will take place this upcoming Friday on S2E8, the finale episode, the one where Star Wars fans go home depressed. But anyways, the Believer. Who was the Believer, Nick? Was it Din? Was it Mayfeld? Was it a shared experience? No.
I don't know, dude. I think the Believer might be Valen Hess.
There you go. Yeah, he was definitely Mr. Empire. But I mean, overall, I'll tell you how the Believer played out for me. When I got through with my first screening, I was like, something felt off there. Something was missing. It wasn't quite the penultimate that we were expecting, right? We were our predictions last week. We were gonna, obviously we knew Mayfeld was gonna be in the mix. We thought it was more going to be like a breakout, get the band together, and let's go fucking kick some ass type of shit. No, It was I mean, I hate people calling it filler because I don't think they understand what that definition means. I mean, this was so far from a filler episode. It's sad that people think that way. I'd argue maybe your brain isn't quite functioning correctly if you thought this was filler.
Filler is no plot.
Right, nothing happens. We not only move the plot along, but we also had some legit character development for two main characters. So filler my ass. If anything, it might have caught you off guard because of the type of episode it was. It was kind of low-key, dialogue heavy, and like we said, it was more for developing the characters and their beliefs and the way they act versus the actual plot of the show. So after my first viewing, little let down, but again, it was The Mandalorian. I was like, sweet. I thought what Burr did with Mayfeld was fucking amazing. I've been on the record. I did not like Mayfeld in season 1. But I did always kind of like what Burr brought to the character. I mean, his smart assness is perfect for that character, and we really got to see that in this episode. So by the end, and once I watched it the second time, I was like, you know what? That was a damn good episode of Star Wars TV. And you know what? Bill Burr, as much as he may fucking hate Star Wars, and I hate people like him that hate it yet get to benefit from it, it drives me nuts. Because how dare he talk shit about our franchise and then get to star in it and be good at it? It just doesn't seem fair to losers like us that do podcasts and listen to podcasts. But hey, life isn't fair. It is what it is. A lot of celebrities like him get me angry. I mean, my boy, Howard Stern himself, there are times I want to reach through the radio and wring his neck when he shits on like geeks or Star Wars fans or anyone that invests time like we're doing now to enjoy the Star Wars universe. But hey, people like that obviously are way better off than we are, so maybe they know something. So overall, Chapter 15, pretty damn good. And Bill Burr, you've sold me on you in the Star Wars universe.
Huge moment.
Because I know you're listening.
Yeah, Bill Burr is an active listener.
How about you, dude? What was your general take of The Believer before we get into the eggs?
I was a big fan, and I really like how this episode could stand on its own without the hinge point of Grogu, without the child being, obviously.
By the way, the first episode of the series where Grogu has not been featured at all.
Yes. So it was a big moment for the show itself. And then obviously the mission itself, Grogu is ever present. Like they're trying to save this kid. But to have an episode where he's not present, where he's not seen, where he's not even really, brought up all that much, like, and it live on its own. And the pivotal moment, like the big moment for me, wasn't even like, it was all focused on Mayfeld. It was that conversation between him and Valen Hess, which is Richard Brake's character, the Imperial officer. That was the best moment the whole show, because it's Burr and as Mayfeld pushing that conversation, and you see him, like you were mentioning, like Mayfeld is this kind of snarky character.
Right. You just think he's like a dick, like he just lives to poke fun at people and be a wise ass.
And then you see him, he kind of starts the conversation like that, but then when he gets into Operation Cinder, what happened on Burnin' Khan, and everything like that, you see his character evolve just through that conversation. And that was masterful work.
Right. I mean, honestly, Nick, it started way back when they're in the Juggernaut. And he pretty much says to Din, like, hey, dude, you do fucked up shit. I do fucked up shit. As long as you can sleep at night, you're probably doing something okay.
Exactly.
And that was really, the whole dynamic between these two characters was the star of the episode, because they both learned something from each other. And it started as a very icy pairing. Right? Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, when they're first in the Juggernaut, Din wouldn't even fucking look at him. Wouldn't even talk to him. Literally wouldn't say a fucking word to the guy, because he's like, fuck you. I don't like you. You're an asswipe. Quit making fun of me and my creed. But by the end, they both, kind of realized truly what's important to them, and they took action. And that was the major character development. Mayfeld realized that being in the Empire and witnessing what he witnessed and watching all his comrades get nuked by his own empire, that's when he was like, man, did I fuck up? I got a lot of baggage on my soul because of what I did back then. And by wasting this asshole, it's gonna be a burden off my chest. I'm gonna feel like I finally took out the guy that wiped out an entire city due to the Empire's crazy ass Operation Cinder.
When that happened too, because like I was on the fence. I'm like, is he really gonna kill this guy, or is like Din gonna be able to like talk him down and like pull him out of this? And when he shot him, I was like, oh shit.
And the best was Din. Din looked at him like, oh fuck, dude, did you just do that? Like, really? Yeah. Like, the situation we're in. We're already by the skin of our ass trying to get out of here. And we're sitting here having shots with this bozo, and you fucking waste them in an Imperial facility, the lunchroom. I love that short trooper that just stopped. He was like,
he just looked at him.
What the fuck did I just walk up on?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Bill Burr, and we'll get into the eggs after this. Bill Burr, like, who the hell knew he could act like that? I mean, my God. Most comedians get comedic roles because they're good at being funny. This obviously has some snark to it, the smart ass that he's known for. But when he's talking to Hess, when he's talking to Din and getting serious, I mean, Bill Burr knows how to work his face. He felt like Mayfeld should have felt when he was talking about that awful shit. So Bill Burr, like I said, I mean, I still fucking hate him because he hates Star Wars and gets to live in it and do well at it. But I'm a hater like that. I mean, the guy has made Mayfeld to me a character that I now want to see more of, where after season 1, I could give a shit. I mean, roll the tape on 140. I was like, why the fuck are we going back for Mayfeld? That's like the only prediction I got right. Is like, they can't be needing him for his gun skills. It must be his Imperial past. And that was the one ding, ding, ding moment in our predictions for 7, that they were going to use him for his Imperial code knowledge and just how to work the system. But yeah, I mean, Bill Burr surprisingly was the standout there. So
yeah, he was. He really was. So,
all right, man. Getting into
solid episode. Some
of the eggs here, obviously. The return of Mayfeld. I like the opening there. He's in the prison. Tones, I think, brought it up in the chat here. It was kind of like Rambo 2, where they had to go get John from the work camp to go do a mission. I didn't think that when I saw it, Tones, but that was a good comparison there right here in the chat. And clearly this scrapyard was full of so much shit. I mean, you had TIE fighters, AT-STs. It was Easter egg central. And here we go. The big goofy fan moment of this episode, and by goofy fans I mean you people are just
fucking people
ridiculous. But we get fresh painted Boba, and you would have think Boba Fett came out with 2 middle fingers on it saying "fuck all my fans, I hate you." Because we literally, even within our little tiny universe, the Star Wars Time Show universe, multiple people, oh man, didn't really like that painted armor. Besides, when did he do it? It's like, okay, I need to address something for those of you like that. Do you really want to watch fucking anything, be it Star Wars, Rambo, it doesn't matter. Do you want to watch the mundane? Do you really want to watch Boba Fett paint his fucking armor? You need to see that for it to make sense to show up. Honestly,
do you realize that one of the most used terms for something boring is watching paint dry?
Yeah.
Like, why would you want to see that?
And why is it so hard to think that the dude could paint his armor in, like a half hour to an hour when they're in a hyperspace route?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't think he could probably just like program a fucking spray paint can to just be like done? Yeah, really? Like, we really need to see him paint his armor for it to be justified? Please.
I just don't understand. So like because I saw it, like I was watching the episode like I usually do, and I was shooting Matt messages. I was like, "Oh, Boba got a fresh coat of paint," and he's like, "You found the one thing that everybody hated."
And Nick's like, "What?" I was like, "No, I'm telling you, buddy, it's not just our fans either. I mean, it was the general gist I've seen on Instagram. Like, I didn't like the paint. Besides, how did he paint it?" It's like, what the fuck are you talking? They're flying around in spaceships, motherfuckers. What do you mean? How did he paint something?
They stopped at a space Sherwin-Williams and picked up some cans.
It's not a plot hole. It's just fucking stupid plot. He painted his armor. You know what? I think it looks fucking fresh.
I do. I like it. I like the way the armor looks. It looks like, unlike we've ever seen Boba, because we've only ever seen Boba in like, his armor's dinged up and it's like the paint's all worn.
This is the best we've seen the dude.
I wanted to see him in some fresh threads, and like I think it looks fucking
it's
cool.
Awesome. I think it's fucking fantastic. And you hear me, I'm talking about Boba Fett. This is my Boba Fett right here. This guy is a Mac Daddy, okay? So Mac Daddies need a fresh coat of paint on their Beskar.
Yeah, I like it. I thought it looked pretty.
But honestly,
cool.
the reason it made the egg is because he got his EE blaster rifle back. I don't think he was using that in 6. He was using his pistol.
He was using the pistol. Yeah.
But you got the blaster. But look at that. I mean, that is fucking badass looking. You got
it is, dude.
He even stripped the gray pilot suit now. I mean, he's just going full fucking tunic and then the armor.
Yep, I like it. I think it looks better with the black too.
Here's Greg. Greg's just being an idiot, so I'm not even going to address him. Everyone, did you notice Greggy's got a new name?
Yeah, that was my idea. He literally, I told him when we finally found out the baby's name, and we were going through it. I think he was in the chat, and he was like, "Gregu, call me Gregu," and I was like, "That should be your fucking Instagram name, Gregu Snaps."
Gregu Snaps.
And he made it that.
Here he is. No, I mean, it's like I know Greg's just fucking around. He's trying to get me fired up again because he loved that. I mean, Greg did a special video just for my opening rant last week where he sat there in his Fett helmet watching me go ballistic over Bozo Fett. To me, there still is 2 versions. There's the Bozo and then there's the badass. But luckily we're at the badass version, and I don't care if he's got fresh painted armor or not. I don't
care if he's painted it fucking pink and purple.
Yeah,
like
it looks great. It looks great, and like Tone says, let's go ahead and get a 1/6 scale figure of this version of Boba Fett. I'm down.
Yeah.
Sign me the fuck up. There in the background, it looks like we got a salvage or a dead U-wing, just based on the engines. The Juggernaut. It actually, I believe its first appearance was in our Revenge of the Sith. It showed up in some of the animated series. A bigger version was in Rogue One. I think that was like the MV9. This is the MV6 if you want to get super fucking nerdy. I do look this stuff up because I'm a loser and I don't ever want to be called out on technicalities. This right here, I forget why I made it an egg. I think I made an egg because he references his time with the Empire. But my God, if I wasn't a fan of Boba Fett after episode 6, when he drops the line, like, I can't go, dude, they may recognize my face.
My face, yeah.
This is fucking brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah,
and Tamara delivered it expertly. It was like, I mean, he said it with, I mean, I don't think it was supposed to be super funny to Mando, but obviously to us in the know, it was hilarious.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I got cat problems here, and
got little Leia.
Whenever they jump up, they can typically stop things from recording. All right, we're still good to go. Hey, Leia, you know I love you, buddy, but not right now, right? Okay? You can sit behind me. That's it. All right. Yeah, so Boba Fett is also a comedian these days.
Like it.
Here we go. We get the hover tank pilot helmet.
Yep.
And we were off on our initial Topps card speculations. We were looking at Din the whole time and not Moff Gideon. That was legitimately Din, decked out in his new armor. Clearly, he found out in his fight with the pirates that it is not even close to as protective as his Beskar.
Yeah,
because I mean, he was getting cracked in the arm. Shit was breaking. It was fun to see him fight without his Superman suit on.
Yeah.
The comlink here, same type of deal that Han Solo shot up, right? This thing didn't work anyways type of shit in A New Hope. Thermal detonators, just like the one Bausch uses in Return of the Jedi. And yes, I know it's Leia, but she goes by Bausch. We got a who's who of Rogue One stormtroopers, right? Not only do we get the tank commander, but we got a full platoon of the shore troopers. Yep. Easily one of my favorite versions of the stormtrooper. I think it's them and the Death Troopers are up there as my tops. Din and no helmet again. I guess I didn't expect to see this so soon, but clearly it was a huge moment because not only did it show you his development, like this is a guy, as Nick said, that was raised in a bunker and fed Kool-Aid his entire life on how he should live and who he should be. And we know it is super important to him. It's like he's like he's like an evangelist, right? Like a super religious person. It is his life. It's his everything. If he breaks it, you might as well kill him. But what this showed us is that his love for Grogu is so damn strong now that he is willing to compromise his values as a child of the Watch, and as a lot of us have speculated, and I think Tones even brought up here in the chat, basically get his face into the Empire's registry.
Yeah.
Because when he gets scanned, it's not scanning to see like, oh, you're an Imperial. It's to make sure you're not Imperial. And to record you in. You're not an asswipe. You're not in the New Republic. You're not a known bounty hunter, a known assassin, like Fennec said. Like, they would have been on the list.
Yep.
So he not only gives in on his convictions as a weirdo Mando, but he pretty much gives himself up. And I don't know if being scanned into the Imperial Registry is that big of a deal. I mean, for Christ's sakes, Moff Gideon knew who he was anyways.
Yeah, it's like he literally called him out by name.
Like, he knew his name. So I don't know. I think we're probably all reading way more into that than it was. I do think the real reason for him removing his helmet was to, just like we saw Mayfeld grow, it was like, yo, this guy can get beyond his brainwashing when it matters to him. And that was the lesson Mayfeld was saying. He's like, listen, Mando, you will do whatever you've got to do when the going gets tough.
Exactly.
And he was exactly right. They were in a fucking tough spot. Mayfeld couldn't do it because he was scared of Hess. He had to do it, so he compromised his value system for Grogu. It was huge.
Yeah. And I mean, you called that out in the last episode too. I mean, you didn't specifically say for this one, but you said before, this ends, he will have to remove his helmet to save the child in some sort of way.
So there we go. That was a big sacrifice from him, and it will fundamentally change Din going forward. I think this is the first step in him maybe breaking free from the nutty way and maybe getting more in line with traditional Mandos such as Bo.
Yeah.
I liked when Mayfeld makes up some backstory. He's like. Yeah. He's like, yo, Brown Eyes, he can't hear too well because of the Battle of Tanab. And obviously that was a reference to the Battle of Tanab that Lando was boasting about in Return of the Jedi. I forget what the hell this screen was all about, but sounds good to me. We got the Death Star gunners. I mean,
TPS reports. Oh
yes, the Office Space egg. That's right.
I saw. When I heard that, I was like, wow.
Yeah, you look at the numbers while I drive the images. That's actually a good idea, and it only took us 7 episodes to figure that out. Oh, look who showed up! It's our buddy Boss again. But yeah, you got a nice Office Space call in there. I don't know. Is Fumowiya is Rick? Does he have ties to Office Space at all?
I don't,
because he was the guy that wrote and directed it.
Yeah.
Anyways, Death Star gunners. So this episode was a regular tour de force of Imperial trooper types. Mayfeld, Nick already mentioned it, but he name dropped Operation Cinder and Burnin' Khan. Interesting fact, if you watch my Easter egg breakdown, which all of you better fucking should have. Both of those references were given to us from the Star Wars video game universe. Operation Cinder and Battlefront 2, Burnin' Khan in this Star Wars Uprising mobile game, which I think I tried to explain a few shows back, but it was almost like a full-on RPG mobile Star Wars game. And it had some missions take place on Burnin' Khan. And that's where it was canonized.
It never got off the ground.
No, it didn't. I think it was alive for a year before they killed the servers. So
yeah.
Richard Brake, and this is another one. I'm telling you, this was the very first order drop or hint we got
around the internet.
Oh yeah, and like so I know I'm not that special, but he literally says, "Listen, people think they want freedom, but what they really want is order. The first." Order, then the final order. So nice little. That was really the first little tickling we've gotten of the Remnant eventually transitioning into the FO. And the big one. You know what? I think we all knew this was coming at some point in time. When we saw the slave one was back, I think any fan worth their salt was like, when are we going to get a seismic charge?
Yeah.
And sure as shit, we got one this episode. I knew it was coming the moment I saw those ties show up behind the slave. I was like, here we go. Here we go. Do it, Boba. Do it.
I was wondering how it would look in atmosphere too, because we've only ever seen it done in space.
Right.
So I was like, is it still gonna?
Yeah,
like,
we
make
still got the
same
blue goo.
sound?
The blue goo still came out, but again, this bomb's force is in its sound waves. Yeah, just the way they do it. I think it was. I mean, Ryan honored it with his pretty cool sounding hyperspace maneuver by Holdo, where all the sound just stops. Yeah. And then you get the punch just like you would in real life. Because, I mean, typically you're going to hear sound after a collision, after an explosion. You never really hear it right when it happens. It's just, I don't want to get too scientific for you people here.
Speed of sound is slower than the speed of light, folks.
But it was great. I mean, it was perfect. And obviously a lot of longtime fans of the prequels were like, hell yeah, the seismic charge is back. Yeah. And Boba got to loose it again, because doesn't he kind of prime it in Attack of the Clones for Jango? Isn't Boba the one that ultimately drops it? I could be making shit up, but
I haven't watched AOTC in a while, but I think so, because like he's the one who's throwing out all the bombs.
He's like, like he's like a freak when he's a little kid. He's like, I'm evil, I'm Boba Fett. So yeah, that was awesome. And then this was great at the end. And, you know, I need to stop watching the fucking recaps, because they telegraph all this type of stuff, right? I mean, the recap for this episode literally started with Moff Gideon's speech at the end of 8, which, of course, Din threw right back at him at the end of S2E7, where he gives him the threat, like, I know where you're at. You've got something I want. You have no idea how important it is to me. I'm coming to fuck you up.
Yeah.
All right, so there we go.
That's all the eggs. And I mean, top moments, I think we probably ran through some of them.
Yeah, I mean, the Boba armor, fuck all you people that hate the fresh paint.
I love the Boba armor, dude.
You're stupid.
It looks so fucking clean. It looks so good.
I'm sorry, Big Amish. Is it seismic charge? Is it better that way? Is it better if I think it is seismic charge? There you go. You try talking for 4 fucking hours about this dumb shit and see what you say. Yeah, the fresh paint, pimp. Everyone that says it's not, your opinions are wrong. I usually don't say that, but this time I will. Getting to see the inside of the Slave One and how it functions in its dumb-ass design. I love that we finally is like, yeah, it's just a big rotating hull, essentially. Kind of like the B-Wings, where the cockpit always kind of stays straight up, but the wing itself can rotate around it, so they're always on the up and up. And it's a little bigger than we thought. Still not that big. I mean, enough to kind of powwow with some people in there, and then Fett driving in the front. But it was nice to finally see the inside of this ship, and I guess we may see even more of it if this does ultimately become the new whip for whatever Mandalorian is driving it. Will it be Din? Will it be Boba? Who knows? But it was nice after all these years to finally see what the Fets have been rolling with outside of its exterior and just its ramp.
Yeah.
You know, Din in his armor, taking his armor off, all the jokes. It was kind of fun.
That was fun.
Again, taking the helmet off. That was a huge moment. We've talked about why that was important. Mayfeld, as Nick said, I mean, his talk with Hess, and then just blowing him away. A fantastic moment. I mean, brilliantly acted by Burr, and then just the way it plays out, the escape, climbing on the outside, dude, getting up a ladder.
When he busts that tank of Rhydonium on the back of that truck and blows up the whole facility, like just that moment, because like they're already gone, like they're gone. Oh yeah. But that moment just shows you how important that moment in Mayfeld's life was. Like that moment on Burning Con when everybody was killed. Right. Like he wanted more. And you know why he did that?
Hess. He did that because Hess said, "With the Rhydonium you've delivered us, we can essentially make Burn Conan look stupid." Yeah. And Mayfeld's like, "Okay, well, I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to take you out, and I'm going to go ahead and blow up your fucking facility." So yeah, it was a direct answer to what he witnessed from this Imperial officer, and then what he heard there. He's like, I'm not letting you do that again. I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to take out your resources, so it at least prevents the Empire from doing it right away. Obviously, the bomb was the best moment. We talked about that. And there we go. So that's kind of our breakdown of S2E7, The Believer. Like we said, just really good stuff. It might take a viewing or two to really understand like the nuances that they added to the world of The Mandalorian and the characters of Mayfeld, Din. I mean, hell, even you could even say that the interactions with Fennec and Cara kind of added to who they are and what they're willing to do. Right? I mean, it was kind of neat seeing them as the Overwatch there, the snipers on the hill, popping people from miles away to let their dudes get away. So it was a really good episode. I mean, I think when I saw it the first time, I was like, I think it's because in my own head, as we sometimes do, I was expecting it to play out in a much different tone, manner, whatever. But in the end, I like where it left, and it obviously tees us up for some predictions in 8, Nick. Clearly, the good guys know where Gideon's at. They know how to find him. Yep. You said it last week, and I still think you're right. There's a good chance we're either going right to Camino, or at least the space or the atmosphere above Camino. I guess, is it going to be a ship intrusion? That probably can't happen because Gideon knows he's coming.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll let you go first. What do you think is going to happen in this finale? Is it going to be long? Is it going to be short? Are we going to get anything resolved from this second season?
I think that if we are on Camino, which I'm going to just say that we are on Camino, there's too much to happen for it to be short, because Camino has too much meaning to a lot of the people who are in play here. Obviously, Grogu is likely on Camino, testing being done. It means too much to Boba. There's going to be a lot of memories for Boba Fett on Camino. Obviously,
I mean, he lived there, right? He lived there with Jango.
Yeah, if any of the Caminoans are still there, Tan Wee, any of them are still there, like he's going to have a lot of flashbacks, memories, and even conversations to be had for Boba. But then also, I don't think that we're going to end this season without having Grogu back in the hands of Mando. That's what I'll say. I think that he gets him back, but I think that there's going to be something up with him. Like whether it be he's just diminished because of the testing that's been done to him, and the midichlorians that have been drained, or something is going to be
like he's going to get him back almost half dead or something like that.
Well, I think that there's going to be a more visible darkness to him, like we saw at the end of episode 6, where he's like going full dark side on these troopers.
There's been people saying that this may be enough to push him over the edge for good.
Yeah, well, I don't know about for good. Maybe at least just for the time being, like there is a darkness.
I don't know. I may have said this last week when I highlighted the fact that they made a point to show him get the shifter knob back, and I think I speculated a bit then that the shifter knob may be broken out to snap Grogu out of what Nick is saying. Like maybe when they show up, maybe Gideon's done enough shit that Grogu is a little funky. Like fuck you guys. Yeah, but Din pops out the ball and he's like, "Come here, little buddy. Come here, little buddy." I think he
uses it to kill somebody. Almost
Grogu,
sure.
Grogu, and then he gets Grogu back. But yeah, I've seen some people think that Grogu may be a little off kilter.
Yeah, I don't think Gideon dies here. I know that last time I said that he's going to use the little ball to send it right through Gideon's head. I think Gideon survives, but I think that there's something that is just changed within Grogu after this, and I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen, but I think that it will necessitate the training of a Jedi.
Okay, I'm down with that.
Because it would work really well for Ezra too, because it would be a similar situation to what Ezra was in, like with the dark side holocron with Maul in his head.
Oh yeah.
Like Ezra would be able to kind of guide him through that. Like, look, I've been through this before, and I know that
I've had the temptations.
Strong.
I think a lot of people forget. Yeah. It might have been the start of season 3, but they're on a mission like Ezra, Sabine, and them. And Ezra, and this is after he's been into possession of the Sith holocron. And you could even see when he got that, like it was affecting him. Mm-hmm. But he was using some very Vader-esque force moves on some troopers, like picking them up and throwing them off platforms and stuff. Yeah, that's a good point, because I do think we're headed for a bit of an ESB type of ending where, you know, the good guys have a little bit of a victory, but ultimately things are still in disarray for them. Something is off, and Nick's going with Grogu is fucked up.
Yeah, like I think like Grogu gets out, and like overall you're like, okay, they made it, but then like maybe the final scene in this, you know, in this episode for season 2 is like they've perfected this M count serum, and then Gideon gets injected.
That or there's a fucking clone of Grogu in a tube, so now they've got their own source.
Yeah, something like that, because they've had him for a while now. You have to figure, you know, the amount of time that they've had Grogu is long enough to be able to extract a lot of blood from him or whatever they need.
Yeah, I do not think we get a Miller time where everybody, the good guys win, Gideon loses Grogu again, and everything's fine, and we just reset for season 3. I like Nick's way where Grogu's a little fucked up, and that's kind of the loss there. That's where the team failed. They didn't get there quick enough. Mm-hmm. There's also the option that they literally just don't even get him back. I mean, think about that. Think about the pain your Star Wars heart will have to hold for a year. I mean, we won't even be Mando time yet. This time next year.
Yeah, it's.
So I think the big end. Obviously, Grogu's going to be huge, and I think his fate will be the big deal. Is he either not rescued at all, or is he rescued but damaged and not who he used to be? Yeah, that's kind of where we're at, right?
Yeah,
I think at minimum Bo-Katan shows back up. I actually think we'll see Mando call her, because he knows that she wants the Darksaber. She's looking for Gideon. He knows where Gideon's at now. It makes a lot of sense that they get in contact again. Like, hey, Bo, I know you've been looking for this guy. I'm not sure why. I've got his coordinates. They've got Grogu. I could really use Team Night Owl.
Help here.
Yeah, can you Casca and Homeboy Axe come meet us at these coordinates? Thanks.
Yeah, I know it's not on any holo map, but the stars around it are pulling in the direction of the gravity, so there's most certainly a planet there. Little AOTC reference.
Right.
For you.
So in terms of any deaths, that's also a good point. The first season, we lost both Kuiil and IG-11 over the last 2 episodes.
I mean,
I mean, there is a case that Boba Fett completes his redemption by sacrificing himself, either for Din, for Fennec, or Grogu.
I mean, it's very possible that we lose Boba and Fennec, because I mean, Fennec, now that we know we're getting more Fennec in the past, it's not necessarily needed to keep her in the current time. So we could lose Fennec. It would be a little weird that like Boba rebuilt her and then she just immediately dies again.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much what happened to IG-11, right? Kuiil rebuilt his ass, turned him into a nurse murder bot, and then he sacrifices himself. Yeah. I do think a death is very possible, if not guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't want Boba to die, because I don't know, man. I think that it's valuable to have him around, not just in terms of like in-universe storytelling, but like for fans like Boba, fans like this version of Boba.
I'm with you, and like I said, I don't think they can kill him yet because they have not explained his resurrection. I'm sorry, this is not the lightsaber in Maz Kanata's treasure chest type of plot hole. This is fucking huge. We need to know how he made it out of the Sarlacc pit and was reinserted into canon. And if they kill him off now, you really can't do that unless they have like a memorial S3E1 for Boba Fett. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, but I mean, obviously you can't fucking Grief Karga's not going to die. Kara's probably not going to die. I mean, if they whack Bo-Katan, then like what the fuck?
Way. There's no way. I mean,
there's no way.
Maybe Axe would I mean, you could take him out. You could take Casca out.
Yeah, it would have to be like almost side characters, which I'm thinking why, that's why Fennec could go, but not Boba, because Fennec's not really as important as Boba.
No, not at all.
Yeah, those are the key candidates right now. Like if the Night Owl will show up, then either Casca or Axe, and then Fennec probably.
Well, here's the case, and I don't know if this is where Action Figure Neverland's going, but if Bo does get taken out, it starts setting up for, you people that want Fett to become the Mandalore. It could set up Din sliding into that role by getting possession of Darksaber.
I mean, it could, like, that could literally lead. Yeah. I mean, if you want to go that direction, but it's just like, is that what you really want? Like, as a fan of all the content and knowing Bo's journey, it would be way more satisfying for me to see Bo get the Darksaber, take up the mantle, and rebuild Mandalore.
I mean, dude, to me, it's easy. You fucking whack Cara Dune. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
You take care of a real-life potential issue, and you take care of a character. Let's be real. The way Gina portrays her, it's not the best. I mean, Gina's never been the greatest actress. All right, she's kind of.
She's a physical,
right.
More physical.
That's why she was hired, not for her acting skills, but for her combat prowess, for her ability to grapple. I mean, if you just watch a lot of her scenes, acting isn't that natural for her. I mean, you'd have to argue. I don't know how many non-stand-up gigs Bill Burr has done, but he is a way more accomplished and better actor than Gina Carano. It's not even close. Like, this guy can act where she would essentially be, if they're like, hey, Matt, we need you to read a few lines on set. That's how I'd come off. Like, oh, I'm Cara Dune. Yeah.
It seems like he's actually he has a whole television series, like animated series on Netflix, F is for Family, where he's the main character.
Yeah, but that's animated. Anyone, like, when you're not
he's done a lot of, like, live action acting gigs, it seems, leading up to Mando.
I know he was just in Pete Davidson's movie. I mean, he's not like a complete noob, and obviously if you do stand-up, you're pretty decent at delivering lines. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I guess just to move things on, no way we get a happy ending. I know that's kind of an easy out.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be completely happy. It may be something good happens, but it's not going to be like like you said, the Miller time moment.
Yeah, there's no way. I'm going to go with, we're going to get Ahsoka, we're going to get the Jedi, and we're going to get at least Bo-Katan.
Makes sense.
They're going to help in the raid. The raid is going to seem. No, I'm sticking with my original thing. Like, we're going at it. It's looking like we got it. But the Jedi shows up too fucking late. The bad guys ultimately win, and we do not get Grogu back.
Yeah, okay. I say that we get him back, but he's tainted. I'll say tainted.
Okay, well, at least we have two different perspectives.
Yeah. So real quick before we move on to the low-hanging fruit, I just want to give you guys a little bit of schooling here. My Mando Explained this week was on Operation Cinder, Morak, and Mayfeld. Morak and Mayfeld, there's not too much on them just because they're brand new. And I mean, Morak is brand new, like literally made up for this episode. And really the most that we have on Mayfeld is that he was a sharpshooter for the Imperial military and what went down on Burn and Khan. So really what I want to focus on is Operation Cinder, because Operation Cinder is extremely important to the Star Wars universe, especially Mando timeline into Rise of the First Order timeline.
Nick. Yes, I'm going to call that again. I did say, and I'm going to add it back into this now, that Din will be dueling with Gideon with his spear versus the Darksaber. You heard it here first. I said it.
Yes, I agree there.
But so much for all these fucking saber fights Homeboy was talking about, unless...
I know, like
you know what it's going to be? It's going to be him and Din, and then when the Jedi shows up, or Ahsoka, it will be him and the lightsaber. There we go. There's another prediction.
Yeah, he gets two fights. So Operation Cinder is extremely important as a part of the contingency, is what it was called by Palpatine. So Palpatine had in place a contingency plan that would essentially ensure that the Empire did not survive after his death, in the event of his death. Operation Cinder was a part of the contingency plan that called for basically the complete eradication of all weak elements of the Empire post his death. And we saw moments of Operation Cinder play out in Battlefront 2's campaign with Iden Versio. Iden Versio was formerly an Imperial who was tasked with essentially kicking off Operation Cinder directly after the death of the Emperor. And then she defected to
because it was on her home planet that they essentially wanted her to blow up, or a planet that meant something to her.
Yeah. So what Operation Cinder would do was basically you would gather large swaths of the Imperial troops, you would and then just kill them.
It was the most fucking Palpatine plan of all Palpatine plans.
Yeah. Which is exactly what happened to Mayfeld in his unit on Burn Khan. Yeah. So Burn Khan under Valen Hess's command, all of his comrades were gathered there, and they just executed them, and they essentially destroyed the planet as well. Yeah,
talk about a sore loser. I mean, Palpatine makes what Trump did here look like child's play. Palpatine's like, yo, I lost, so fuck all of you people. You deserve to die.
I'm destroying planets. So ultimately, the contingency plan would have had the destruction of the planet Jakku during the Battle of Jakku, but all of Operation Cinder was under the command of a former Grand Admiral known as Gallius Rax, but he was killed by another Imperial Grand Admiral by the name of Ray Sloan. So because he was killed, the destruction of the planet Jakku did not happen.
Right, that's where their back was broken ultimately.
Yes, that was
like the remnant finally died at the Battle of Jakku.
Yes, exactly. And it was on Rax's dying breath, he told Ray Sloan, like, hey, you need to go into the unknown regions and take these people with you. And those people were Brendel and Armitage Hux. So it was Hux and his dad, because you need to go there because there's important things happening. Right. So Ray Sloan then goes with the Huxes out into the unknown regions and ultimately to Exegol to start the formation of the First Order. So it's very important that Operation Cinder has been brought into like actual, I'm not going to say actual canon because it was canon anyway, but like brought into this show because it's a huge part of what is being played out here. And not only did Valen Hess saying order kind of spur that, like that Operation Cinder being mentioned is a direct lead into the formation of the First Order.
Of course, beautiful stuff.
And then now it may even be possible that you see Ray Sloan come into this show. Like we're constantly talking about like who's pulling the strings in the background, who's doing all this, blah blah blah. Everybody's thinking about about Thrawn. Yes, that would be the coolest in terms of what people like us already know about, but like Ray Sloan could come in as the main person.
Let's be real, and this is another reason
it's going to be Thrawn.
Why I did not like Tross and all the Palpatine stuff. Palpatine is technically the one pulling all the strings. We know this now because of the silly route we went in Tross. But yeah, who are his direct lieutenants, if you will? Who are the ones that his mouthpieces? Because clearly they haven't figured out the puppets yet. There's no Snoke. I mean, it's starting to look like this is what all this is for, is to give Palpatine his puppet to control his lieutenants in the flesh versus, using emissaries or speaking to them through the Force. Who the fuck knows what he's doing at this point? He could still be sleeping, right? Zombie clone style.
Yeah, so that's all I wanted to give you guys on Operation Cinder. Very important that was mentioned.
If you've somehow missed Battlefront 2's campaign, it's a very nice slice of canon. It's a good little story that actually takes you all the way up to almost TFA.
Yeah, so good stuff there. And that brings us into
just some quick hits. Quick hits. We're not going to spend a lot of time on this shit because it is what it is. I'm like so oversaturated with Star Wars toys in 2020. I'm starting to feel like Nick when we get to these topics, and I'm just like, ugh. Another toy to buy that's just going to sit in its box on a table in my basement. But in all honesty, though, I will say that this, we're talking about the newly revealed Mando Monday for Episode 7 Bo-Katan Black Series figure. And Nick, I know this isn't your bag, but you got to admit that's a damn good looking live action representation of Miss Kryze.
Oh, yeah. This is.
And really, I think the best part about this, Nick, it wasn't a fucking retailer exclusive. So all of us hardcore collectors that lose sleep over this type of shit, we didn't have to sit there at 3:59 p.m. on our keyboards like, okay, oh shit, am I going to beat the bots? Oh no, here come the cart bots. Go, 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 go. It's in my cart. Oh fuck, it's not. Ah! And then you don't get it. So it was nice to just get a standard release of this type of figure. And for those of you that may have missed out on some old figures, some great figures actually, a lot of the Rogue One troopers, Hasbro is doing an archive release of the Hover Tank Commander, the Shore Trooper, the Tusken Raider, and a Death Trooper. It's almost as if they're like, hey, I bet we have a bunch of new fans that have only watched The Mandalorian, and these are all now characters they've seen there. So let's break out those molds and start printing some cash.
Very, very well done in terms of their release for those. Yeah.
And all these are available to pre-order from whoever you want. We'd appreciate if you use our Entertainment Earth link because it'll get me a few dollars to waste on toys. Thank you.
Yeah.
The next new toy update that is relevant, and clearly Mando Mondays have been loaded with shit. It's nothing I want to dive into. There's a lot. I like figures. People that listen to this, I think you like figures, so we mostly stick to the figures. And the big boy stuff, not the small scale. Not that there's anything wrong with small scale, because yes, I agree. The TVC Gideon looks better than the Black Series Gideon. But this Gideon that we're looking at now is the best. And yes, I will be pre-ordering him as soon as he is live on Sideshow. And I am talking about the 1/6 scale Moff Gideon, a.k.a. Giancarlo Esposito in Star Wars.
Yes. I mean, it's beautiful.
Yeah, we got the glamour shots now.
The Darksaber looks pretty fucking sick too. I mean, that's probably hard to pull off something like that in plastic.
Right?
form.
Yeah, like with the right lighting there, Nick, you could probably almost get it to look like it is emanating its power source.
Yeah.
But this guy looks great. I think this is probably going to be the last figure in the Season 1 Mando collection for a 1/6 scale. I ended up getting all of them outside of the Death Watch Trooper, I believe. So yes, I'm an asshole. My Death Trooper will be here tomorrow. This guy showed up this week. Ta-da! Solo Maul. Looking good. And yes, he's just sitting in the box and probably will never have a picture taken because I'm a piece of shit. But anyways, Moff Gideon 1/6 scale from Hot Toys. When I wrote it, he was not quite up on Sideshow yet. I'm going to go bounce out there right now and see what we get. Obviously, our site doesn't even work for links outside of our site, so just bear with me here. No, he's still not up, but I'm just guessing, just based on what we're getting from Gideon, which is 2 versions of the Darksaber, a couple pairs of hands, and a pistol. He's probably going to be in the, I'd say, 235 to 265 range. So stay tuned. Pre-order that shit. No one needs to save money anymore. Humanity is not going to make it another 20 years. All right? Cyberpunk 2077 will not happen in our real universe. Okay. Last one, my friend, and then it's fan segment time. I sound like Oprah now. You get a car, and you get a car, and you get a Star Wars, and you get a Star Wars. This is just
3 hours and 15 minutes in. We've gotten to the Oprah.
We're doing good. We're doing good. This is a purely a PSA for maybe the older Star Wars fans or those that just appreciate behind the scenes B-roll type of footage from the filmmaking industry. But today, thanks to Good Morning America, and I believe it was Clayton Sandell, he's a known Star Wars media type of guy, so he's not a shithead. But they released a rare and exclusive, never before seen behind the scenes reel for ESB. It's almost 7 minutes long, and like I said, it's well worth a watch. if you're a fan of the OT, in particular, what a lot of people call the best Star Wars movie ever made in Empire Strikes Back. So you get to see a lot of cool hijinks playing out on the set. Hamill doing a tauntaun dance. Carrie Fisher fucking with people with her long braids. Apparently, she was everything on the set. Her and Harrison flirting. It's great. I mean, it's a great little nostalgic kind of time capsule look at what these people were going through. Hell, at this point, I mean, Mark and Carrie are probably what, in their 20s? I know Carrie was in her 20s. Mark might have been a little bit higher, closer to 30.
Harrison was the oldest. He was in his 30s.
Yeah, he would have been in his late 30s. It's just crazy to look and see what they're doing, filming this shit in the snow right outside the hotel, and the blizzards that prevented Harrison from even getting there because trains weren't running. So that's it. I mean, it's really nothing to break down. It's just BTS of ESB. But if you appreciate that film, if you appreciate filmmaking, or if you just love yourself some behind the scenes, check it out. We've got it on StarWarsTime.net.
Yep. So good stuff.
All right. We have made it to this week's fan segment. We're going to start with fan question of the week, which Nick, changed up a bit. You were all thinking like, hey, what was your favorite part of S2E7 the Mando? But no. Nick threw a wrinkle in this week and actually kind of gave you a guided, he was looking for guided responses, in particular about Mayfeld. So let me go ahead and do the quick flip over here, buddy. You'll get the Slack up and running. Let's make sure it's not on our private chat where we talk shit about everybody. Okay, it was, so good thing I looked first. And there's a question. 1, 2, a couple more clicks. There we go. All right, so like I said, it's not just a general what was your favorite thing. It kind of was, but Nick said, weekly Mando post, come get your weekly Mando posts. What were your thoughts on the most recent episode? And here's where it gets tricky. Do you like Mayfeld?
I want to know. A lot of people don't like him.
All right, I'm getting my boys reading out of the way first so I can relax for this segment. Let me stretch a bit. Gotta take deep breaths, get the diaphragm going. All right, Bossajan, here we go. He told me he put a lot of Australian slang in here, so hopefully nothing is racist.
Oh, no.
Because if you get me in fucking trouble, I will sail my little boat down there and fuck up your kangaroo farm that you were showing me. By the way, like I know last week when I was kind of yelling at him and I was telling him to go, do some things with kangaroos and joeys and all that. He actually recorded some videos. I mean, kangaroos in Australia are like fucking deer here.
Yeah, they're just all
over the fucking place. I was like, yeah, they're lucky they don't live here, because here, you go to a park and there's a bunch of kangaroos, you'd have people like, yeehaw! I just shot me a kangaroo. Why? Because I can. Guns.
Yeah.
Are you gonna eat it? Nah,
no.
Fuck no. Guns. I gotta be safe. The kangaroos will punch you. But it was crazy. I mean, he's like in a park and there's fucking kangaroos everywhere. Everywhere. I mean, you can tell Australia does not believe in firearms. There's no way. There's no way there'd be that many free kangaroo in America if they lived here. No fucking way. We'd create a season just to fucking thin their herds a bit.
Yeah, just to kill them. There would definitely be kangaroo season.
I love it. All right, here we go. All right, so Darth Hideous's response. The Believer. Well, there were so many Easter eggs in this episode that you would have been forgiven for thinking it was Easter, not Christmas. I was flat out like a lizard drinking, just keeping up with all of them. It seems to me that this show is about redemption. While I actually enjoyed the Mayfeld character in the first season more, interesting, despite him acting like a bit of a drongo, you can actually see his character progression. Maybe the time he served has given him reason to reflect on how much of a Farrakhan he was and ultimately redeem himself and save Mando's ass. Anyways, enough beating around the bush. I love that we got some new and some old troopers. The short troopers are probably my second favorite trooper after the death trooper, and oh boy was there plenty of them. Hopefully that means we get more of them as figures. Ask and you shall receive, Bossajan. They have been unleashed. Now, in Australia, you're probably going to have to pay $100 per figure, but that's your fault for living in the land that does not exist. I continue. I can't get enough of the new look for Boba. I'm calling him Mythic Boba. And despite last week's thunder cunting from Maddie, knew he was just taking the piss with me. Thank you. I did have to reach out to Darth Hideous and make sure that he was not offended, as I did to the other people. One guy was offended and will never listen again. That's fine. But our buddy Bossajan, he knows what's going on. He knows we're just playing some WWE here when I start yelling at him and tell him to fondle Joeys in their mother's pouch. Okay, and we continue. Like mates do from time to time, we have a difference of opinion, but we both agree that this version of Fett is a hard dude you wouldn't want to call a Sheila in the pub. The new paint job on his armor is amazing, and I fucking need a 1/12 and a 1/6 scale figure of this mad lad. I'm guessing that's what he was trying to say. Yeah. Fair suck of they say it. Fair suck of the Savit should have hit the shelves by Chrissy. We're like, I need to put on the full accent at this point. Look,
I don't know if that's a mistype or if that's actually
No, I think it's all slang. Like the Chrissy, I guess that's a way to say Christmas. I like that. Yeah. I need to watch Crocodile Dundee over and over and over and master the accent. Because I can't, whenever I start doing the Australian, it immediately turns into like some Cockney British stuff where it's like, hello, God. And in Australia, it is different, very much different, even though they are a bunch of convicts from Britain. On another note, I honestly find nothing about Cara Dune interesting, and Karana's acting is pretty bland. Agreed. I wouldn't fuck her with a dead dingo's donga. Okay. I'm hoping that's a dead dingo's wiener. All in all, you would be a gala if you didn't like this show. Give it a Captain Cook, matey. You won't be disappointed. I'm not going to lie. I did look up gala. Gala's basically, I think you're like a moron. Okay. And if you give something to Captain Cook, it's literally like, oh yeah, check it out.
Okay.
So you know what? The Aussies have some pretty bitchin' slang. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. Like Sheilas and galas and Captain Cook. It'd be like, hey, Nick, I just took a huge shit. Why don't you go give that a Captain Cook? Captain Cook. Yeah, that's not a knife. Well, this is a knife. I mean,
it was a very colorful response.
Cheers, big ears? What the hell's that? Because I wear my cans? Or do I have big ears? I don't know.
Is it these? I don't know. I don't get it.
But, all right. Thanks, Bossajan.
A wonderful response overall by Bossajan. So we're getting into some more responses. We have a ton of responses this week, so I'm going to try to blow through them.
We don't have to sit here and dwell on every single one.
Yeah, so Press Pause Photography says, great question for me. I was dreading him because Bill Burr is my favorite comedian. I just can't take him seriously in Star Wars, especially since he rags on it all the time in his stand-up. But this episode was so brilliantly written and directed that it made me love the character.
There we go. There
was depth there I never expected. He felt like a real person, and though his character, I felt like the other... And though I like his character, I felt like the other people were real too. It was cool to see how the galaxy is affected by the giant events of the movies and games. Movies/games, good call
That's
out
like
there.
Nick was saying with Cinder. I mean, both Cinder and Khan came from the gaming universe first.
Exactly. Nico said, I thought he was great. Hopefully he's co-starring with Matt's favorite, Gina, in the Rangers show. Lots of depth brought to the surface with the Mayfeld and Din's mission. The believer was Din. He believes he's meant to be Grogu's father. And like the good Daddy Lorian he is, he's going to do everything, including reveal his face to get his son back. Love it. Hopes are high for
Yes,
Chapter
hopes
16.
are high, but I'm still expecting to feel a little, my eyes might feel a little funny. Heart might be fluttering a little bit come Friday. I just have a feeling where it's not going to be like the end of season 1 where literally the good guys won. Din accepted his challenge. He threw the guy over his shoulder and jetpacked off into the distance.
Yeah, it's not going to be one of those moments. No. I don't think so.
Nick's essentially saying when that happens this time, Grogu's going to be force choking Din to death instead.
Exactly. He's just going to kill him.
All
right. So Lima4, our good buddy from Discord, says, okay, so he says, okay, don't stone me for saying this, but I actually didn't know Burr before The Mandalorian, or maybe I've seen him before, I just don't know it. Burr is mainly a comedian, so you would have to watch some stand-up comedy to know him. I know that Lima, you're in the Philippines, so I don't know.
Well, I think Lima's take is great, because he's like, I had no preconceived notion of what this man should do, and to him, the man did his job, and that's really all we can ask of an actor.
Exactly. He says, but as a testament to his good acting, especially in this episode, I never would have known that he was a comedian by profession. There were a lot of good moments in the last episode, but damn, I was screaming at the TV, release a fucking seismic charge when I saw the TIE fighters in pursuit. Seismic charge. Sorry. Matt is seismic
no, it
charge.
is seismic. I just said seismic and someone called me on it, so now that's what I'm going to say.
Imagine the feeling when I actually saw Boba release one. Obi-Wan would have been proud. I don't know if he would have been proud. He would have been scared.
I think he's saying he popped wood.
Yeah, he was a very big fan. YC Solo totally hated the character and the entire episode in season 1, but loved how he was in
there you
chapter
go. I think
15.
a lot of people felt that way with Mayfeld.
Turnaround. Got the big turnaround.
The old 180.
There. So that was from YC Solo. It said, Galaxy Man DE says, was a cool, dynamic episode. Mayfeld surely won a lot of sympathy. But come on, we want more Boba action. We need figures of them all.
Collectors love their figures.
Dude, if you don't get a Mayfeld, that would be surprising.
Mayfeld should be a character now for sure, and the new Boba Fett. They have to. And Fennec Shan.
Painted Boba.
Yeah, you got to do a Fennec. You got to.
All right, so next up, Lottie 1987 says, to keep it short and sweet, Theo's episode did a great job at character progression for Din. Who's Theo?
That one went over my head too, and I hate when shit goes over my head because I feel like I should know this type of shit, but I do not.
Yeah, because this was Rick Famuyiwa who wrote and directed this episode, so I don't know who Theo is, unless it's like some sort of weird reference that we're not getting yet. Character progression for Din in the way that he's now removed his helmet in front of others, and it's probably a step towards him denouncing the watch and becoming like the rest. Also, when Slave One dropped the sonic charge, and I heard that silence before the explosion, I got goosebumps.
God damn it, Lottie, you know it's a seismic charge, for Christ's sake.
Seismic charge. Wyatt Harden, he is becoming a regular respondent, says, episode was awesome. Mayfeld grew on me. Was weird and cool seeing the Imperials cheer our heroes on, since usually the rebels are the guys cheering the heroes on. Like the callback to Battlefront 2 with Operation Cinder. Good job. And Attack of the Clones and the seismic sonic charge.
I want everyone to just start glitching out on this word now. Yeah. Right, see what you get. See what you started, Big Amish. This is your fault.
Yeah. Found out Boba has 2 jetpacks, and now I'm a big Boba fan. I've seen people not like Boba's new paint job, and I respect that. But I like it.
Hey, Wyatt, don't respect that opinion. I'm one that does. I am a human that understands opinions, but this is one I'm not going to allow to carry.
And look at he gives you a reason behind it. He said, and another reason he cleaned it was because now that someone else wore the armor, it had to be in battles he was never part of, and he wants the armor to show how much he's been through as a way of respect and reputation. Also, as a joke, probably to make more Hasbro Bobas. Yeah. But yeah, man, he just got this armor back from fucking some guy.
He probably smelled like Jawa jizz and Cobb Vanth stank.
Yeah, no, he needed to clean it up, get it back to his style of armor. Scissor Me Xerxes says, this episode did a great job of humanizing Mayfeld and fleshing out his motivations as a character, which was more than I expected to get. Not sure why they couldn't have given him a ride to a better location.
It was funny, right? They're like, hey, dude, get the fuck out of here.
No, they just left him. I really did kind of expect him to say at the end, like, hey, can I like bum a ride to Narshada?
Me too, but he just walks off screen.
No, he just, bye-bye. It's like now he's just on Morak trying to figure out what the fuck to do.
He's basically going to get killed by the locals that hate his guts. Because remember, he didn't have his helmet on when he was rolling through in the tank.
Yeah. So he says, instead of giving a ride to a better location, instead of setting him free like 200 yards from the remnant base. Also, it was nice getting some interior rotating shots to Slave One and imagining Mando piloting it between episodes while Boba hit the paint.
This is the type of deep Star Wars thought I appreciate, not how did he paint his armor? When did he have the time? No, I like people thinking like, that's kind of fucked up. They literally, a couple hundred yards away from this facility, the dude just blew up and they just kick him out and say, see you later.
Like, you can go here. Not even back to Navarro? Like, come on.
Yeah, press pause. A good. I was thinking that too, at least for the Star Wars customizer. I mean, Nick, I don't know if you've seen, but the community has just knocked it out of the park making the custom Bobas. I mean, they first started with Boba just in the nomad robes. Then they did Boba with the armor and his gray under tunic. And now we have another version of Boba, and that's what Connor's saying here. It's like, you guys say it was pretty inconsiderate of him to paint that armor after all of us already made customs of him. Yeah, I do feel your pain, but
just get the official.
Look at it this way. You people that are dropping these customs, look at the reaction you're getting. I mean, every one of you that done this, you're getting 800s to 1,000s of likes. So keep it up, because at the pace Hasbro moves, we ain't getting a fucking Boba Fett official figure and probably until this time next year if we're lucky.
Yeah. So y'all are way ahead of the curve. Next up, our good buddy Tones 1138. Mayfeld's character development was exceptional in this episode, as was his acting. Bill Burr totally knocked it out of the park, especially when he was sitting with Valen Hess. I agree. It was my favorite part. It was also great to see Din remove the bucket for a second time. Pedro acted the discomfort out incredibly well. And at times you could feel the awkwardness in the room. He did. Yeah, dude, it really did feel like he was
Pedro the whole time. Like you could feel his asshole being puckered. Nonstop.
It's like he had like this perpetual like deer in headlights.
He couldn't breathe or anything. He's just sitting there like, oh my God, let's just get the fuck out of here. Now this guy's having shots and holy shit, he just shot him.
He just killed that guy. Loads more awesomeness out of this chapter 2. Shore troopers and that seismic sonic charge.
See, he did it. Yeah. Seismic. That's great. So a lot of people with Mayfeld.
Yeah, I think it might be autocorrect.
Probably.
Because it is
Migs Mayfeld.
Sir Dork here calls him Meefeld, M-E-Y-F-E-L. Sir Dork says, didn't love Meefeld last season, but I liked him a lot in this episode. Loved seeing great some shore trooper action. Some trooper action.
Some
trooper action. Probably some.
Hey, we don't have a lot of English majors that listen to us. That's fine.
Jared, if you would just type correctly.
We know what he's doing. He probably had a blowtorch in one hand and was typing with his thumb in the other.
One finger swiping the other one. And then the Darth Dad with the response, he says, yep, totally agree with you. Last year, forgettable character who could have been played by anyone. But for me, when the funny guy got serious at the lunch table, it sold.
That's why I grabbed that one. I thought that was a good point. Yeah. It's like anytime you can get a character like that you think's kind of a slapdick, but then they get real serious, that's when you know shit's getting real.
Yeah. Right then, I really like the character and Bill Burr's performance. There you go. A couple more here. One from Black Series Custom says, didn't like him at all last season, but he became likable this time around, even though Kara would have given him a job by the end of it. Even thought Kara would have given him a job by the end of it. I mean, I could see that, but also, how do you explain, like, hey, I just went and picked up this guy from this New Republic prison, and all of a sudden now he just works for me.
Yeah, and like, that's why they ditched him too. But like they said, they could have just flew the Slave One like another system over or something and dropped him off on a civilized planet. I forgot who it was, but it might have been Lima. But really, the whole setting of Morak had a very Vietnam feel to it, right? Yeah.
I mean, that is something that's come up actually a lot during this season. And I don't know if it's like resurfaced quotes, but like essentially George Lucas had in the past mentioned how in ROTJ, the Ewoks were essentially like the Viet Cong, like the guerrilla fighters.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of his movies... He never really like was out front and center making a stand, but his movies were thematic for the time.
Yeah. So it was basically like the Ewoks as the Viet Cong versus the Empire was actually the American soldiers.
Yeah, there you go.
So there you go. If you did not know that. Action Figure Snaps, last one up here, says, I thought it was okay. Boba's new paint job was dope, but I'm not really feeling Mayfeld. He doesn't feel like he belongs in the Star Wars universe, but that's just me. I don't know, man. I disagree. I feel like he's a rarely seen character from the Star Wars universe. Like, you never get to interact a lot with just the normal guy.
Yeah.
The trooper who turned, who left the service or survived.
I mean, really, the closest we got was probably Han Solo. Just a regular dude, kind of a little fucked up, little hothead, like to poke holes into people's religions and stuff. Never really felt like he was serious.
Mm-hmm. But he turns it like the thing with Han Solo is like Han Solo becomes a larger than life hero, whereas Mayfeld is just like, he was a guy who survived. He did his job.
Right.
He got out, and then he survived on, and now he just does his job again, and then he goes on living. Like, you don't see that a lot in Star Wars.
No, I mean, Action Figure Snaps, it's okay. Like I said, I'll let that difference opinion fly, but that's only because you said the new paint job was dope.
Yeah, it's only.
If you said the new paint job sucked, then I would have had to disqualify your other opinion on Mayfeld.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so the top 5 is here.
Hey, real quick, Connor again with another great point. This guy, press pause, coming through here. Not to sequel hate, and I don't think this is sequel hating, but honestly, Mayfeld was what Finn should have been. A real look at what war does to someone.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that that's kind of what Colin was probably going for with his portrayal of Finn in his
and
script.
So was, JJ kicked it off. I mean, hell, the whole reason Finn disassociates from his conditioning is because he sees the massacre at that Jakku village.
Exactly. Like, and I will say, like, I don't want to throw blame around, but like, TLJ really did kind of fucking derail Finn hard.
He became irrelevant mostly. He was an errand boy.
Yeah, it was weird how that movie kind of.
All right, well, just so we're not here for 10 hours, I'm not going to get into any TLJ talk. But all right, thank you, fans, for the fan question a week. But now it is time for the top 5 Star Wars fan artist features of the week. And this week, Nick, I believe it is a fan shot breakdown. All right.
There's 2 of them in this week, so we will get to them. This is definitely going to be bordering on a 4-hour show again.
Right. You motherfuckers, we give you all this content for free, and you still can't get us to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube.
You can't even buy
shame on you all.
The rest of our small medium hats that are
we still have almost no ratings on iTunes, no ratings on Spotify, no ratings anywhere. It's like, what is it? What do you guys want? I almost feel like if we made you pay for it, it would do better.
Yeah, I know, right? Then you would feel obligated to go rate it.
Anyways,
it would all be 1-star reviews.
We ain't getting into it. We ain't going to charge you yet, but here we go.
Here we go. Top 5 fan artist features of the week. This week is going to kick off with a brand new feature from, I'm going to have to spell this out because the account name spells out lemur, but what it is _@ __
Bro,
L.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah.
It's amazing this shot made it to the top 5 because of this handle. It almost didn't get featured because you try to fucking pull up this handle on Instagram, it doesn't come up. There's multiple underscores, and then is it an L, a 1, an I?
That's what I was, I assume it's an L, but...
Because I featured a shot, and then I'll share it in the story and post their handle over top their image so people know who it comes from. Yeah. I literally almost deleted the shot because I couldn't fucking get Lemur to show up. I mean, I couldn't even find the account to go back and pull the link from to use repost to get it. But I'm glad I put forth the effort because this is a fantastic art piece.
It's a fucking incredible piece. But this is her real name is Olga Sachs. She's a freelance illustrator, but her IG handle is _2 underscores @__ L period E period M period U period R period __.
And I dare you to even look it up like that. It won't show up.
Yeah, it's hard. So we have it linked. Again, it's linked in our in the top 5 posts on the IG. It's also linked in the post on StarWarsTime.net. But what we have here is a beautiful portrayal of Vader and Luke, except it's they're on a fishing boat, just hanging out on a lake, going fishing, and their poles are lightsabers. So you have Vader's red lightsaber with a line,
and
they're
bent to simulate it being a fishing pole. Vader's got his helmet off. It's very stylized, like they're elongated. Luke's head's long, Vader's head's long. Luke's sitting there in his farm boy outfit. He's got he's eating a sandwich. It looks like. Yeah,
he's eating a sandwich. Got some coffee there in the thermos. And it's just a very interesting take, like you said here, an alternate story about father and son relationship.
Oh, that was her title. Dude, I'm telling you, I couldn't find shit. I actually just had to paste her caption because I could not get her name to pop up. I couldn't do it.
Yeah. I think that it's Rush. I think this is Russian.
Yes, totally.
It's being translated from. Yeah, I think this is Russian. So, I mean,
Nick, I saw this shot and I was like, if Nick and his dad had a Star Wars bond, I have a feeling this is either going to make Nick cry or he's going to go and try to buy this art piece. Because, Nick, I mean, it's like your big thing with your dad is fishing, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, which is why I had to pick this.
Right. So just imagine if you and your dad were also like Star Wars cohorts. I don't think there's a way you could pass up this print.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I agree. My dad does not watch Star Wars, unfortunately.
So it doesn't quite hit the way it could, but I had a feeling you'd like this one.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Very well done in terms of
the, and we actually, art she got a lot of likes on our page. We typically, for art pieces, don't get the traction we get when we share some of your toy photography people, but
this is almost 1,000 likes.
It is. It's a fantastic shot, and she tagged us. Right, this is one I didn't just find this in Explore. She found us somehow, and I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know if that's our buddy Super Scoundrel getting it out to the artist community, because a guy that I followed for a long time on EB, his name on Instagram is Mexafunk. His real name is Orlando Aracena. He's like a pro vector artist, and I found out he's following us, and he just started tagging us.
Yeah.
So it's like where these artists come from, and hopefully it is from our other real ass painters, and we appreciate you. This is the type of shit I expect to see when people say, hey, we kind of like this stuff. It's fun. We tag. We like the show. Well, good. Get other people in your disciplines to start latching on to the SWTS. Yeah. We appreciate it. So at Lemur, but good fucking luck trying to find her on Instagram.
Yeah, she's from the Ukraine. And if you go through her page too, it's a relatively new account, only 25 posts, but she is a fantastic artist. Like some of these things that she's put up there, while they're not related to any particular fandom, like I think this image that she drew of Luke and Vader, maybe one of her first like fandom pieces. There's actually a drawing of Cat Dog on there from Nickelodeon. Beautiful work by Olga. So give her a follow. Only 232 followers.
Thank you, Olga. I'm not sure how you found us, and I wish your name was easier to find on Instagram, but I swear to God, good luck typing in double underscores. It just it does not pull up her name. But she found us, we found her, and now she has been immortalized in Star Wars Time Show history.
Continue to tag us in your Star Wars art, please do.
Pretty please.
Next up, we have at Star Wars _Rick here with an absolutely beautiful scene recreation from Mando Season 1 with the Armorer surrounded by all of those stormtroopers that she killed. So this is right before the battle breaks out. You see the Armorer knelt down. She's holding her tongs and her hammer, and all the stormtroopers surrounding her. And this is right before she absolutely just
This is another figure, Nick, that I think is going to be a casualty of mine, because I've had her unboxed.
This is the Black Series?
Yes, but so many people have done their versions of this scene, because, I mean, how else are you going to shoot the armor? We don't have a lot of, unless you make shit up, which is great too. But I'm pretty sure everyone that got this figure was like, I know what shot I'm going to do. And at this point, it's like, I'm not even going to shoot this fucking character. She's been portrayed so many times in her awesome beatdown of the troopers. It's like, why should I even get into the mix? It just, it really is. I talked about this before, and I think one of the reasons I've slowed down on producing toy photography is think about every day for at least an hour of my day, I am scrolling through Star Wars toy photography and art, some of it at a level where people should be getting paid. So I am like oversaturated with people's ideas, with their quality, and it just slowly and surely is like, why do you even try? Who cares? Look what they just did. Don't even think about it. Keep being a putz. Keep them in their boxes. Sell them on eBay. Get rid of them all. Fire sale time. So I need to stop looking at people's Star Wars toy photography. It's fucking me up, man. It's fucking me up. It's keeping me from wanting to do my own shots. But that's Star Wars Rick with a great, great recreation there. I like Star Wars Rick because he goes a lot of no bullshit, you know, just if it's practical, it's going to make it into the shot. Otherwise, it's not. And I respect that because that's pretty much how I roll, because I don't want to mess with Photoshop because it was designed for aliens. It was not made for humans. I would call myself mostly an expert when it comes to technology. I can figure out almost anything, but Photoshop is an application that just to this day logically makes no fucking sense. None of it makes sense. The terminology, the menus, fuck it. Fuck you, Photoshop. Thank you.
There we go. So we got some Devin and Jared both showed up in the chat right at the very end. So welcome to the chat, folks.
Yeah,
and that
check them out.
leads us into this absolutely incredible shot by
Devin,
Action Figure
will you
Snaps.
please stop making great art? I mean, really. I said this last week. I don't know if you were on. I'm like, I pretty much, I have to feature Devin multiple times a week now. Wait till you guys, I think I shared it today. Did everyone see his fucking modern Boba Fett vector? And then what does he do? He reskins it with holiday Fett armor and then 1313 Fett armor. And you're like, stop, dude, that's too many good pieces. Stop.
Can't you just put out one thing that's just like okay, like not incredible, just one okay shot?
I just want the damn coffee book. We say it every episode during the segment. I want it.
Yeah, I know. That is like.
I don't care if you print it out on fucking basic paper at this point. Just print out your work, staple it, put a rubber band around it, and mail it to me, please.
Yes. So this action figure snaps piece is absolutely incredible. So what we see here is full Beskar Mando Din lighting up a scout trooper with his good old wrist attached flamethrower. And he's also got his pistol in the offhand smoking there from a shot that he just popped off. But what's really interesting about this is this motherfucker is shiny.
Yeah, I don't know if Adrian's still in the chat and he could kind of illuminate us on this, but I'm assuming he ran some sort of paint job over this Mando, because this is not any Mando that I know of. I mean, it looks like the Black Series Mando, maybe the figure arts, but either way, it definitely had to have either custom armor or it's been painted over, because that shine is slick.
Yeah, and the animation, like the post that he did with the flamethrower, like getting that to like climb over this guy's body, and
and mind you, I believe at Action Figure Snabs with a Z, Snaps. Sorry, OCD.
Yes.
Still does everything on his phone as far as shooting it on his phone and the edit, I believe.
Yeah, that's fucking nasty. So the fact that this was all done on phone is pretty incredible. Also, just the weathering job that he did on the Scout Trooper is awesome too. Really sells the burning.
Getting fricasseed like a mug. I like it.
Yeah.
You notice the little guys there too. Grogu's hanging out at the feet.
Oh yeah, he's right there by his ankle. Look at him. He's hanging out.
Big Daddy was never shy to enact a little violence upon people in front of Grogu. That's for sure.
No, that's probably why he's so dark now. He's like, what are you talking? My dad kills people every day.
Yeah, it's like something we used to do on a daily basis. Sometimes multiple people in a single day.
Yeah, no big deal. So at Action Figure Snaps with a Z on Instagram.
Good stuff. Well, we always love Adrian. There you go. I was going to say, he did the shirt drop. That's our boy.
Yeah, responsible for the shirts that we wear. So thank you very much, Adrian. Next up is everybody's favorite characters from Star Wars, and especially everybody's favorite movies. This is from what is Exesco Toldra?
Yeah,
Xesko
I'm going with
Toldra.
Zesko Toldra. He was here at the begining, or she.
He was.
But they're from Spain, and it was like, I'm definitely not hanging around for this shit. See ya.
Yeah, way too late. So he or she had to hit the hay. But what we see here is a scene recreation from Tross, where you have good old Eternal Emperor Palpatine sitting on his Sith throne. And then this is the moment where he just fucking lights up the entire Resistance.
This is the true unlimited power.
Yeah.
He's like,
and he did a really good job of kind of doing the foreground, background, but not really blurring out Palpatine, because you see Rey in the foreground standing up, lightsaber lit and extended, ready to go, and then Palpatine there on the throne.
That's actually tricky, Nick, because of depth of field and whatever you have your aperture set at. So, typically if Rey was going to be where he was focusing on, Palpatine would have been washed out. So I'm going to pull up the shot on his page, because I think we get some BTS, because this is actually a full composite, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like he built the throne, but that was it. They were in his room against a white wall, and then everything else was kind of digitally edited in. And he actually has a video at the end kind of showing some of the processes used. But it is, so probably just used a very large aperture to make sure everything was in focus. Because if you want those nice bokeh, blurry backgrounds, you're talking down, 4.0 and under. 2.8 really gets that bokeh, the depth of field working off there. But no, this is great stuff. I mean, I think this is a fairly new account. Can do a little bit of the digital magic, something that I absolutely suck at and never care to get better at. And I've come to terms with that. I'll just be a middle of the road type of guy, and that's fine. It's great work. I mean, a fantastic recreation. Right? I mean,
beautiful job.
Essentially taking a movie scene and remaking it in your apartment with toys. That's always going to be an impressive accomplishment.
For sure. All right. So next up is a really cool and creative shot here from Snicket, S-N-I-K. And actually, it's not another I. S-N-I-K-T-T-T on Instagram.
I mean, he's like essentially the sound of Wolverine's claws. That's what people use as a stick.
Yeah. So what we see here is two stormtroopers. So what we have is a SH Figure Arts stormtrooper box that a stormtrooper has literally broken out of and is coming through into your screen. And then behind the box, you have two other stormtroopers that are kind of like looking over.
Like, what shit.
The fuck's going on here? This guy just broke out. He's out. So I just thought it was really imaginative, really fun concept for Snicked here to pull off. And this is really what does it is the posing. Oh yeah, like the posing.
Yeah, poses is great, and you can get that with the figure art stormtroopers. I mean, outside of their helmets maybe being a little too wide, but their posability is ridiculous, as most figure arts figures are, except for Crate Luke. You dick.
Crate Luke is.
There's only a few people that may remember the story of Crate Luke. I mean, that was one of my better toy photography meltdowns. But that cocksucker still is missing a face out in my backyard. Somewhere.
It's probably gotten eaten up by a fucking
easily.
lawnmower at this point.
Shit on by a rabbit or a raccoon. Who knows?
There you go. So
no, Snicket. If you get out the Snicket's profile here, it's kind of his thing. Nino Tier. He does a lot of fun shots, a lot of fun composites. Like he's got a recent one here of a stormtrooper brushing a T-Rex's teeth. Outside of the deck. They got the Michael Jordan
with the cape.
But it's remaking that James Gunn. Like James Gunn didn't direct it, but he kind of wrote it, where it's basically like Superman, but if Superman was an asshole and landed on Earth and was basically killing people.
Interesting.
But Snicket does a lot of fun stuff, like toys in real life type of shots.
I like the one in real life where he's got like Thor inside of his house with a giant hole in his wall.
He's like, what the fuck? Yeah, like what are you doing, dude? He does another breakout with Jordan though. So I mean, he's fun. He does a lot of these fun kind of real world digital mashups with the toys. I got that Jordan too. It's a fucking great figure, but I'll probably never shoot it.
Yes, so SNIKTTT on Instagram. Very cool shots, very fun feed. Make sure to go follow. And that is the end of the top 5 for this week.
All right. Shot breakdowns, huh?
Yes, this will bring us
we are
into
still going.
shot.
We're doing a close to another 4-hour show, so you can send the checks to my fucking secretary.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, we got our boy Baron up here.
Yes, first up is Baron. So give him some feedback on the
unofficial PR wing of the Star Wars Time show, Baron's Black Series.
So this is actually like a 3-shot series, it kind of looks like.
All right.
You can see it's like basically what we see is a fireball kind of coming up.
It's the same. This is what it's the same shot. It's just when you shoot things at a high speed, shutter where and you use an effect like fire, you never know what you're going to get. That's why you always have to, whenever you're shooting with fireworks, Jared will know this, your blow torches, you're always going to want your camera on a high speed setting. You want multiple snaps per button press or per timer function, however you do it. Because you don't know how the effect's going to play out, and you don't know when that eye is shutting, right? The snap, snap, snap. What image it's going to capture. Is it going to get what you saw? Is it going to get all those bokeh explosion effects? Or is it going to get none? Is it going to get the damn crackling ball plastic right in the middle of the frame? You don't know. That's why you got to always have that thing on high speed to get as many shots as possible when you light one of these effects. So in terms of what Nick was saying, we're essentially in a trench. You've got it's happening. It's happening. Beep, bloop, beep. Need rest. But you got 2 short troopers in the foreground. Then you got a regular Stormy in the background. They're in this trench, like I said. And in the background, there's a fucking fireball that the stormtrooper seems to be engulfed in. And I'm guessing Baron was like, hey, you know what? I can't figure out which shot I like the best to lead with, so I'm just going to use all 3. Now, this is a breakdown, so I'm going to be a little critical. I will say that Baron went with the right shot to lead, okay? If you look at the 3 shots we have here on the post, if you happen to be listening after the live stream, you can still go to StarWarsTime.net and pull up Nick's top 5 and follow along. But if you look at the 3 shots, the one he went with for the lead is definitely the best. In terms of the shot itself, Baron, like a few of you kind of suffer from the same issue that I do, and it's posing. And it's posing these guys in a way that don't make them feel like they're posed pieces of plastic. I would argue the stormtrooper in the background that's just standing there, and he's in a fireball, should probably be a little more animated looking, a little like he's suffering. He's burning, maybe his hands up in agony, body contorted a bit. It just looks off to have a guy in a fireball just kind of standing there like, oh, what's happening, right?
Yeah.
So I'd say the posing in general is probably what's most off in this shot from our buddy Baron. You could argue with a fireball coming through, the short troopers should almost be running out of this shot. Like, get the fuck out of here instead of fire in the hole type of cover your face. Outside of that, though, I mean, it's a pleasing shot. I think the colors are nice. He's maintaining the rule of thirds. It really is. It's just the posing. I don't think it fits the action of the scene. Yeah,
I that's kind of what my main point of feedback was too. Like, the one in the foreground looks like he's almost completely unfazed.
Yeah, he's just
by
like,
whatever's
fuck
happening.
it. There's just a fireball going through our trench, but I don't care. I'm thinking about having some spice.
Yeah, something like he's just completely disconnected.
The other guy's just like,
scene.
I don't even want to see what's about to happen to me.
So,
I quit.
Oh, well.
And then the guy literally getting melted is like, what are you bitching about?
Like, hey,
come on in. The weather's nice.
But yeah, like I agree. Like the dude in the background in the fire should definitely either be like laying down in some sort of like help me pose or something like that. Like some sort of, like you said, animated,
or like
he's
on
actually
his stomach,
being
like dragging himself out like Anakin, like I hate you.
Yeah. So that's.
But Spencer,
yeah,
hey buddy, you know I suffer from the same fucking problem. I've said this before. The hardest thing to me is A, just thinking of an interesting scene, and then B, getting the little figures to actually look like they belong in that scene through the posing. And I know our buddy Sir Dork has a whole damn video on the conundrums of action figure posing and how a bad pose can otherwise, or can sink an otherwise really well thought out shot.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, overall, it's still a very good shot, but yeah, just a little bit of tweaking of the poses could like really sell the scene that you're trying to
yeah, if you're
build
gonna blow them up or get fire in there, make sure their reactions reflect whatever the action is portraying.
Yeah, Jared says he was petrified by the flame.
Well, Jared's a nice guy. No, I'm being serious. Sir Dork, check out his YouTube channel. He actually does a really good video on posing and how important it is, because he, you know, like his shots, he made his name on the practical effects. But it's because his figures look like they're reacting to the blast, to the water drops, this, that, and the other thing. But he shows you, like, this is a bad pose, and he puts up a shot of at Haywood Pops, and he says this is a good pose, and he puts up a shot of his.
There we go.
Easiest video he's ever made, Nick. That's what he told me.
It's like, this is what you don't want to do.
Don't do this. Do this.
There we go.
There you go, Baron. We love you. You're almost a quasi part of the team anyways, so thank you for sharing and opening yourself up for an attack.
All right. So next up, we have a shot from It's RE4L. So it's basically it's real, except the A is a 4. And then the L might be a 1. I can't tell. It's hard to tell on Instagram with numbers. I think that's an L though.
Yeah.
So what we see in the shot is Dengar kind of camping, like Dengar's camping out, and then the caption says, "I'm going to take the Falcon when I'm done here."
Right.
So maybe he's like hunting down.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Nick. I mean, for a small account that I don't even know if I haven't checked on It's Real in a while.
They haven't posted since October.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is not an account that I see in my daily tour through at Star Wars Time Show, which again, if you're new here and you're watching this segment going, what the fuck are these guys doing? Well, at the end of our show, we like to honor our fan base, at least the Star Wars fan art community on Instagram. So if this is something you do, be it toy photography, real art, clay, it doesn't matter, tattoos, make shit out of scrap. We don't care. If it's anything Star Wars art related, tag us at Star Wars Time Show, and please also use hashtag Star Wars Time Show. But anyways, back to It's Real here in the shot. It's a shot that looks like it came from someone that's starting out in the hobby, but it's not bad at all. There's a lot of promise in this shot. The biggest critiques for me are, it really could have used some more atmosphere. I love the practical use of matches to create a little campfire for Dengar. I think that's a great touch. But we probably should have dusted it with a little atmosphere, maybe a smoke bomb, something like that, to just smoke it up. I mean, we all start this way. We all get out. We take a snap in our backyard, and we're like, sweet, I did it. But over the years, you start to learn some tricks. You start to learn some nuances. And atmosphere, to me, is one of the greatest things any toy photographer can use, be it through kicking up dust, dirt sediment, whatever. Just getting the light source to catch particles really adds some depth to a photo. So that's the first thing I'd say. I'd also say I love the concept of the shot. It's literally Dengar starting a campfire that is lit and expertly organized into a nice little teepee style campfire. He's got his backpack down. He really is taking a break. Yeah. I'd argue the perspective, and a lot of time when you're shooting action figures, for the most part, you want the lens to be below them. You almost want to be tilted up, shooting at them, because that gives the illusion that they're big, that they could be lifelike, that they actually could be a real character. This one, the perspective is kind of coming down from the top a bit, which for the scene, it kind of works. But it also still feels like we're looking at a toy.
Yeah, like almost, I feel like the setup for this shot is really good. Like you were saying, the camera positioning, like say if you were to like swing this camera a little bit to the left-hand side of the photo, bring it down to where you're looking at Dengar almost through the fire. Right. Like, and then you have that downward angle. You have a foreground element and a background element, and you're adding depth to your shot.
Yeah, with that way, as Nick's saying, you would have got more of the background to wash out to give you that depth of field look, the blur as some people call it. It's a very well staged shot. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's a nice setup. Look at the little stick pile he's got ready for the fire. I mean, the details are there. Just some of the execution, it's probably just it's a practice thing. Yeah, I mean, I didn't start using Atmosphere like a year or two into it. When I did most of my Funko Pop shit, I would plop it down, take a shot, move on to the next one. With Funko Pop, I was more concerned with getting the pop in focus and everything behind it a really nice bokeh look. That seemed to work for Funkos. That doesn't always work for figures. So a little Atmosphere, as Connor's saying here in the chat, I mean, he uses flour and canned air. As I said, it could be anything. If you're outside, scrounge up some dirt. I think I've talked about this on my outside setup. I keep a bucket of dirt year round. I've had it for years now because that way I can keep it environmentally controlled. It's always going to be very fine powdery substance. So when I'm outside, I lay down my floor. I can use my storm drain blower to kick that up and really get some nice particle shots, especially if you get a 2 catch in the light. I think another thing that would have made this shot even better is if it were darker, right? To get some of the fire reflecting off of Dengar in the scenery. Yes. But I mean, for someone that it doesn't look like they do the hobby much, right?
Yeah, and they haven't posted since October of this year. So maybe they're taking a break.
Yeah,
maybe
I mean, someone's starting out. Yeah, I mean, this account looked like it just started this year. Someone's starting out. I mean, just the lineup, like I said, the setup here is great. The idea is great. It's just some of the execution. Try to always keep that camera down low and tilt it up in toy photography. And any sort of atmosphere you can weave in, be smoke bombs, dirt, flour, canned air, upside down. There's all sorts of way to get atmosphere in there. But hey, you made it onto a breakdown. It's real. You're doing something right. We speak your name.
There we go. That's the end of the breakdowns.
That doesn't surprise me, Nico. Nico uses his kit for atmosphere. He's got his dabs in a paper towel tube. There we go. You dabber. All right.
Oh man. All right, guys. That's the end of our shot breakdowns. That's the end of the top 5. That's the end of our show for this week. This is a 4-hour long
This
show.
is another new record. So if you were with us last week and this week, you've watched us roll 2 records in terms of show length. You've also guaranteed that my dinner will once again be cold on a Tuesday evening.
There we go.
But we knew this was coming. I really don't think 4-hour shows are going to be a norm. Next week, remember, Nick's not going to be here, so that may cut down on it, especially if I just roll solo outside of the interview. Those of you that have reached out about co-hosting, I'll kind of let you know where I'm going with that, obviously, before next Tuesday. But it's been real. Does everyone feel okay after 141? Is no one butthurt? Going to feel bad and tell me I made them sad? Okay, good. And like I said, I reached out to those that I attacked personally and said my piece. They said it's water under the bridge. But you never know what you're going to get on the Star Wars Time show, and that's why we need to do the dance. A shimmy and a shaking and a shimmy. We're going to dance our happy asses over to StarWarsTime.net. We needed someone to write us a jingle.
I know, right?
So on StarWarsTime.net, as long as you're not at my house using the Chrome browser, you can, check it out. Click around. Give us some page views. Check out the content. Nick's good for, a Mando education post. I'm good for at least a video breakdown or 2. You never know what type of news topics we'll want to riff on, but they usually show up on StarWarsTime.net first before we talk about them on the Star Wars Time show, which again, you can get looped into, subscribed up on StarWarsTime.net. Just hit the subscribe to podcast or keep scrolling and use all of the listings in the sidebar. We've got them. You asked for it, we got it. If we don't have the platform you want, tough shit. Use one of the 55 we have now. I mean, honestly, how many do you need? All right. While you're there, though, we would also love for you to sub to our YouTube channel. We still don't even have 1,000 YouTube followers yet. 2 years in. At least a dumb video that no one watches at least once or twice a month. For free. Come on. But you can find our subscribe link to YouTube on StarWarsTime.net. And I've got it set up to when you click on the button, I don't even think it gives you a choice to subscribe. I think it just auto-subscribes you because I'm like that. And you should be subbed up, because what would you be doing with your Tuesday afternoons if you're not a sub on the Star Wars Time Show YouTube channel? And what would you be doing with yourself on Friday mornings if you were not subbed to the Star Wars Time YouTube channel when The Mandalorian is in season, right? We get it for you right away. We will have your breakdowns before you're done with your morning shit. Because that's how we roll at the Star Wars Time Show. Because I know, Nick knows, the fandos know, there is always time for Star Wars Time. There truly is. There is always time for Star Wars Time. So that's why you need to get on this bandwagon, keep pimping us out. We're fine with it. Nick and I are fine with you all being our pimps. That's what we want. Let them know. Let them know that for 4 hours a week, they can tune into two idiots and listen to some hot air takes on the Star Wars galaxy for free. For free! And besides, if you listen to the Star Wars Time Show, the Force will be with you. Always.